Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, my people. LEMFI, the International Money Transfer Service, is here to provide you with a simple and efficient money transfer experience with no fees and the best rate in the industry. If you are in the US, UK, and Canada, LEMFI is here to serve you and help you transfer money to over 21 countries. In all ramifications, they are better than their competitors. We at the Dr. Damages Show are happy to partner with them to satisfy your needs. To that end, anyone who signs up with them using the referral code DOCTOR will get $30 cash back the first time you send $100 or more. From now until July 10th, 2024, LEMFI will enter your name into a raffle draw where you can win an iPhone, Apple Watch, MacBook, gift cards, and others. For an icing on the cake, the first 20 people to use Dr. Damages code DOCTOR will get a signed copy of one of his books, This American Life Safe or Chimamanda, The Adventures of Little Mermaid's African Cousin. Hello, my people.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Welcome to today's second segment as I hand you over to the ladies. Thank you, ladies. The floor is all yours.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to be here with you all today. Thanks so much for joining us today. This is your girl, Tope. Hope you all had a great week. Today's segment will kick off with us answering a question. What kind of woman are you? Modern or traditional? We'll also touch on news that trended in the past week in the Nigerian space. As a reminder, be open minded, respectful to others with their views, and enjoy the show. Welcome, Electricity. Welcome, Adama.
Thank you, Tope. Greetings to everyone. Welcome to the ladies segment. And it's just not a ladies segment, the men are included as well. So, like Tope said, today's topic is going to be very interesting. And we just want you guys to tune in, come in, join us on the panel. Let's have this conversation. But before we move on, I would like to acknowledge what happened in Georgia, the shooting in the high school. Our heart goes out to the parents who lost children and the loved ones
Yeah,
who
that was
lost.
heartbreaking.
Yes, we, the ladies segment, on behalf of Dr. Damages Show, Tokwe O, Electricity, and Adama, we give our condolences to the loved ones and the parents who love lost children in the shooting in high school. That high school was a high school I actually visited for graduation. They are known for their sportsmanship. They are very good at football. So I just want to say, tune in. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. We have some trending topic. We're going to touch on the Dangote refinery that is working now. Thank God. We're going to give an update on the Gladys video, what happened. And our segment is going to be a little bit of anything, everything. So we just want you guys to keep an open mind, join us, and enjoy the show. Over to you, Electricity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like the lady said, it's a mixture of everything, combination. Yeah, my heart goes to those in the U.S. church there. My thought is, my thinking is, when will this shooting ever come to an, will it ever come to an end? So, as it is, we will be discussing like the topics. What kind of a woman are you, modern or traditional? Given to what is happening in the space that we live in diaspora. There'll be a few videos that will be played as well too, as soon as the ladies give the go ahead for the videos to be played.
Can
It's
we play
very
the video of what is the senator in regards to? Can we start with that video first? Tapa, you know the one I'm talking about,
yeah, the
right?
one okay, the
The
senator,
Oba, the
the
Oba, is it
Amoshomale
the
one.
Oshomole?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, I'll start
Thank
with
you.
that now. All right, no problem.
I was shocked yesterday to see Mrs. Obaseki, the First Lady, saying that our candidate has no wife. She is the most. I'm sorry that she had to say that, because here is a woman who has no child. Between him and Obaseki, they have no child, they are childless. They are even not ready to adopt. I mean, I don't blame anybody if you don't have a child. But people who have love for children, they go to motherless home and adopt children. They have not adopted. They are both in their 60s. So you married with, I don't know whether it's a contract or whatever it is, but they have no child. Now our candidate not only have children, he has invested in the education of those children, such that you watch them on live television, covered by your media stations, where the first one that spoke is a lawyer, the second one is a medical doctor, and they address the crowd in Edo South, in Edo Central, in Edo North, and their mother was there.
So, in regards to this video, I heard something that the woman said something to him, the candidate he's supporting, that the man is not a married man. Topic, can you tell me like what was said so that we
So
have both sides?
I actually didn't hear the current governor's wife's speech. I'm going by what Oshomole just said. I believe the current governor's wife had made a comment that the APC candidate wasn't married, and that was his response to that situation.
So, what is your opinion of a man who is a grandfather? Let's start with he's an elderly. And you know this thing they say, elders are supposed to know how to speak, but sometimes what gives him the right to question her not being able to have a child? Like I'm like, how did we get here? Like, what does having a child? Does having a child define you in the political space? Because I'm kind of confused, you know. And we have, given that we have an American, a vice president who is running for political office to be a president, Kamala Harris in the United States, who doesn't have a child as well. So, is it a bad thing for women not to want have children? I want us to talk about that. So, Electricity, I'll go to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's to the best of my knowledge, not having a child or children, it's not an issue in the political space in Nigeria. From having read most of part of the constitution and whether bylaws or not, so I don't know why it has to go that way. Yes, it's saying the even not being married also has nothing to do with in that political space. And even whatever the woman said or Bateki wife said, it's not a ground for him to come out and be mocking someone. That I use the word mocking someone who is unable to bear a child. And he's a lawmaker. He was a governor. He's a lawmaker. Uh, this is sad. Why it should still even be allowed to be holding such position. And I think the people in Edo State should actually call him out. Should his constituency should have him recall because his behavior, his comment is not worthy of someone who is what who is
Electricity, your background is kind of noisy. I don't know what you're doing, but we can hear the
yeah,
noise
sorry about
going.
that. Okay, I'm gonna
So,
mute for
and
now.
hold on. We just want to tell our viewers in the comment section, we're going to send out the link. We just want to have a monologue first, touch on the topic we're going to have. Then we'll send out the link for people to join us. So be patient with us. Yes, we'll send out the link for people to join. So go ahead, Electricity, finish up, but just can you stop what you're doing? Then when you finish up, you can go back to it if you don't.
Yeah, it's just actually my system. I yield the floor back to you. I'll sort it out now.
Papa, what is your opinion in regards to that? Okay, I'll say something. I think Tokwe stepped out for a
Oh,
minute.
I
My
can hear
thing.
you.
Okay,
I'm
yes,
sorry. I
go
thought
ahead. What
I was talking. I didn't know.
you are muted. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so my take on this will be a bit different, and I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. Um, and a quick disclaimer: I do not support either side. I do not support Obaseki's wife with her comment. If she made that comment, I didn't hear the comment, and I do not support Oshomole for that horrible comment being made. Not mocking someone for not having children, or even mocking someone for not being married, um, isn't a good thing on both sides. The way I'm going to look at it, from the man's point of view, what if the situation was a case where the gubernatorial aspirant was a female who wasn't married, and that kickback was from a man saying that the person wasn't married? Everyone will be out there, throwing stones. That why will you blame a woman? Why will you accuse a woman for not being married? Is that a criteria in holding office? So I just believe both sides are wrong. I'm not going to judge and support one side. Politics in Nigeria has gone so low; they've stooped to that level, and I just believe if you can't take the heat in the kitchen, then and the fire, then run out. I'm not supporting what was said to the woman, but she threw the first stone, and Oshomole just went below the belt. That's my take. It was absolutely wrong of him. He should know better. But again, that's how low politics has gone. Very, very dirty.
Okay, let's take our politics out of it. There's something called common sense, and at your age, there's something we say in Igbo. "Onye oke kpari onwe ya, ụmụaka kparịa ya." When an elder insults himself, the children will insult him. So the point I'm trying to make is someone has to be the adult in the room. It's not about who is right, who is wrong. She has no business making a statement like that. I quite agree with you on that. But being the elderly and someone who knows better, she shouldn't, he shouldn't have made that comment. And at the same time, we need to understand one thing. When it comes to judging a woman by her how many children, the fruit of the womb, God has not given us any right to do that. It's not in your place. Let's start with we as human beings can create. So who are you to judge someone based on they don't have any children and start going on about your whoever you're supporting, whatever their kids has accomplished? Yes, those children, let's be clear, those children are still young and are not your age yet. So you don't know what will happen to them. So, but at the same time, we need to stop this thing where politics, we make it so personal that it leaves a bad taste in our mouths. So, I don't know. I don't support it. It's wrong. But I'd like to hear from our panelists what they have to say. And can I welcome Man of Prestige? Welcome. Amy,
Thank you.
Amy, you're backstage. Could you please turn off your camera if you want to come in? Then we'll bring you in. So can I'll go to you, then I'll go to Man of Prestige. Thank you.
And you're not going according to the order.
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry,
here
sir.
before
I'm
Kene.
sorry, sir. I'm sorry,
No,
sir. Man of
I'm here
Prestige.
before you. I was the fourth person to sign in. I met Adam Matope and electricity, so I was the fourth person,
All
my
Okay,
right.
senior
okay,
brother.
all
Go,
right. Ekene,
go ahead,
listen, your
Kene.
senior brother now, listen. Thank you, Ekene. Man of Prestige, I'll come to you. Sorry about that.
So, well, what is his name? Um,
Oshomo.
Oshomole. Yes, I'm not surprised. This is not the first time Oshomole made a very nasty comment on people in public. Remember then, as a governor, when he was trying to buy cheap votes in the name of clearing the market, one market in Benin. There was this older lady selling her fruit by the roadside. So he literally destroyed her fruit, and the lady was crying. He told her, "Go to hell and die." That was what the governor told another woman, "Go to hell and die." And today, unfortunately, the APC candidate uh, cannot defend himself, either because he is imbecilic or he has no brain of his own to respond to whatever comment Obaseki's wife said against him, that the only person that can fight for him is Oshomole. As you guys know, the APC candidate that is seriously contesting to become the governor of Edo State cannot read or write. So he's a stark illiterate. So I don't know how he's going to negotiate deals or even attend meetings on behalf of the Edo people. And this is the same person that Shomole is supporting and speaking for. When it comes to the issue of mocking one if he has a child or not, see, in politics, you must be ready to receive the blows. Just like my sister Tope said it, I am not in support of mocking anyone. Nobody knows tomorrow. You can only, I think you can only define now or know now, but the next second you don't know what happened to you. Even the children that you are speaking for, like my sister Adama said it, you don't know if they are going to turn out to be miscreant in the society. But as we already know that their father is a miscreant already, which is Adan Soshomole and the governor of Edo State, both of them are miscreants. But mocking one for not having a child is a no-no for me. However, in politics, you should be ready to absorb all these things. They can even tell you that they know who your real father is. So that is politics for you. It's very dirty, and especially in Nigeria, where there is no respect for humanity or respect for God. Because if you do have respect for God, shouldn't be mocking one for not having a child, because God give it. It's God that gives. It's not by how your stamina on the other side that gives you a child. So for me, I don't know, man. That is politics.
Thank
Tomorrow,
you.
these people will still embrace themselves and laugh and drink wine and share the money of Edo people.
Thank you so much. I'll go to you, man of prestige. AY, welcome. Amy, welcome. I'm going to come to Amy next. Then after that, I'll go to AY. Man of prestige, and yes. Could you please unmute, sir?
Yeah, good evening, Topi and Adama. Greetings and greetings to the
Hello.
panelists. Greetings to the panelists. So I'm going to begin my submission. I'm going to put it into, in two version. The first one, I'm coming at you, Adama. When you said we have to take, politics has to be taken out of it. No, we can't take politics out of it because in the context where that video was played, and I heard about what actually happened. I don't know the whole story. I've not actually read it. So that part of it is politics before we can go to what is not politics in a normal way. So when you come to politics, Obaseki wife was right to say that the APC person doesn't have a wife. That's part of politics. You have to say that there's nothing wrong in that. Because if you look at politics, I don't. But from what I have seen, the few Nigerians have seen, you know how marriage is very important in Nigeria. Even in USA, where we have, if you are running for office, if you don't have a wife, it's regarded as a taboo. Remember, there's something that happened in America. Somebody was running for an office. They don't have a wife. They decided to go marry before they contest. It's just a political correct thing for you to have a wife, for you to run like a presidential or governorship, because people will look at you like you're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to have a wife. It's just politically right thing to do. So when Obaseki wife made that comment,
Okay, man of prestige, I have a pushback on that question. That is political rights. Is it a requirement in order for you
Well,
to
I've
be in a
not.
political
No, no, no.
space
It's not a
in
written
Nigeria?
requirement. It's unwritten. It's okay. Let me put it right. It's an unwritten requirement. Go and look at the whole politics that is being played. Most of the people contesting in a high position like that, I'm not talking about public office. In a high position, what they have wife. If they don't have wife, they will go a day before they. I'm just making. They will go a day before they start running and get a wife. It's an unwritten because people gonna use that to bash you like you're not in a rightful place to contest. So by her saying that, it's something very normal in politics. Go and check. As much as I've been following politics, yeah, you have to have a wife. Like I said, it's an unwritten. So let me come back about the response Oshemola, made. That was a very insidious statement. And what am I trying to say? So are you saying that because you can have a wife, but you don't have to have a child? So because Obaseki wife doesn't have a child, so you shouldn't have made that comment because in America where we are right now, that's causing a lot of uproar. I don't know if you're following what's been happening. Trump, Vice President JD, Vance, made a comment that his favorability has really been in the it has gone down because he made a comment about a catless child. That's a cat who don't have a child. So that's exactly the same scenario that's playing on in Edo. You can't say somebody because in other words what Oshiomhole was trying to say that because they don't have a child, they're not supposed to run for office. They're not supposed, like they are not good in society. Let me just put it in that way. So that's what Oshiomhole was actually insinuating. Maybe you need to read the line, not necessarily running. They are not, that means
Hmm.
they are not good. So that's a
Hmm.
very insidious statement. So in that regard, am I going to say Oshiomhole what he said is very insidious? And the other lady, the wife of Obaseki, nothing wrong politically. If she has said that on non-political space, you may say that is wrong. But when it comes to politics, it's perfectly right. Okay, that's my take on that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Amy, you're next. Could you please unmute, sir? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ladies, for the show. Greetings to everybody again, the listeners, the analysts. Well, I think we just have to say it the way it is. Um, it is wrong on both fronts. What the woman said is wrong. What Oshiomhole said also is wrong. Uh, there's no need to insult your person because of politics. You can as well choose not to marry. It's a choice. So if the man, because, okay, for example, in the Bible, there's a man called Paul. He said he preferred to be single than to be married. And he has his reasons for that. And he gave those reasons that he could face his job properly, he could face his purpose. He believed that being married would hinder him from achieving those things. A person in Monday or Pablo, if I got his name right, could also have that kind of ideology. And that doesn't make him less of a human or a human with feelings than a married man. No. But I understand that in the game of politics, you want to throw jabs, those childish behaviors that our politicians do indulge in that doesn't make any form of sense. And that is what Oshiomhole too did in retaliation. He too, we all know, as Kenny also rightly quoted what he did the other time to a lady. Oshiomhole is someone who doesn't care about things like that. To him, it is a sport. And a game is a game. He doesn't care. Also going against the woman, of course, is it the woman's as they always say, that it is God that gives children? How do you blame the woman for that? But well, that is just where the politics has brought us to. And I think we just have to put it in our consciousness that we need to grow up. We need to leave this mundane level of politicking and start dealing with issues. I don't know how being married or being childless will put food on the average Edo and Benin people on their table, or we create job and create an enabling environment for the creatives within that state. So it's a terrible discourse. I think we just all need to shame it on all fronts, that this shouldn't be accepted, and they should rather raise the level of discourse that will affect the lives of the populace and the residents in that land. That will be my submission.
Thank you
Hey,
so much,
Adama,
Femi.
can you give me a minute?
Yes.
Just 1 minute.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, what's his name? Mohammed that just spoke. I believe he's in Nigeria. If I'm wrong, you let me know. The last time I checked, he was in Nigeria. So, I think as much as I know you, I think you follow politics a lot. In
Yes.
that context, of the first one, I think is politically correct. Go and check. And if you may tell me you live in Nigeria, is anybody that has contested for not for any public office like governorship or whatever that doesn't have a wife, that doesn't, that is not married? Can you tell me of anyone you know that has run for governorship without a wife?
Well, I think there was a story around Dimiji Bankole some times ago like that. I'm not really sure.
Well, he got married.
He got married that time, right?
Yes.
Did he got before
him,
whatever office he has? Was he not married before?
Okay, that forced him to get married. Okay.
Yes.
No, he wasn't
That's
married.
what I'm saying. In a political space, I'm not my narrative, my support of the first narrative wasn't on non-political space. But in a political space, it's an unwritten rule for you to get married. Go and check. As much as I've been following politics.
Okay,
So
thank you.
wait a minute. For him for her to make that narrative that you don't have a wife, it's it's a form of political leverage. So there's nothing wrong in that. People say that, but the second part of it, which is like a catless, cat, if I may say it in a way, that's the one that is wrong, in my own opinion. So just go and take that part. Nobody ever contested for a big position like that without a wife. They will get a day to marry before they file a paper to run. That's just the way politics is.
Okay. You are very correct, because that will kind of for her to use that is a way to buy cheap support for her husband or for whomever candidate, because people will judge it by the fact that, oh, you are not married, so if you cannot handle a family, how could you handle the entire state?
That's exactly the point. That's how they use it in politics.
And putting the man to appear like an irresponsible man, which I think he is anyway.
disadvantage. Yeah. Thanks, Ekene. You make it
All right,
right.
thank you so much. Uncle Janaba, welcome to the show. You're next. Could you please unmute, sir? Thank you, sir.
Good evening, young ladies and fellow
Good evening,
panelists.
sir.
Yes, ma'am. Um, it's good to have you guys. All politics is local, and you throw any chicken sink tools you can use to gain the people. You just want to walk on the fine line whereby your followers are not going to be irritated and you lose some. And you do it based on that area if you know it's going to resonate with the people, which of course saying that will resonate with the people pen the guy as a responsible person. So all politics, we can look at it from afar and call it whatever we want to call it. If it's a political calculation from that for that area, meant for that area. The way you campaign in some state, even in America here, you can't campaign in the other state because everybody, like we said, all politics are local. So there's nothing wrong in throwing that jab to that extent, and vice versa with the respond. Uh, Sometimes it's not what happened or what people say, it's how you handle it. So if that is the way they choose to respond of using that language, that is fine. They are the one that are working on the political arena, and they know the people in that area, what they will take, what they will not take. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we are going to digging into before we go to the main topic, I wanted to ask you guys' opinion on the shooting that happened in Georgia. I believe we need to have a gun reform in this country, United States. As a parent who has a child in high school, the last thing you want is to hear about shooting all the time, left and right. And for the fact that a 14-year-old, the dad bought him an AR-15, I cannot get over that. Yes, Georgia has their law, each state's law is different. So I just want to hear you guys' opinion and input in regards to the shooting. And like I said, my heart goes out to the family and the loved ones who love someone who lost someone and their child. And the people recovering in the hospital, I wish them quick recovery. And I'd like to hear from our panelists. Thank you. I'll go to a man of prestige next. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Um, I would like to before I proceed, for the disclaimer.
Adama,
For,
Adama, please, before you get to Adama,
Yes, sir.
please, before you
Yes,
get
sir.
to man of president, I wanted to say something.
Okay, go ahead. Man of prestige, please, if you don't mind. I'll go to Mazi,
All right,
please. Let me. Yes,
man
please.
of prestige.
why? Why? You don't have to ask. My brother here in California. So go ahead. I will allow you.
I, I
Thank
pray
you.
for your
Thank you, sir.
indulgence.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead,
Oh,
Mazi,
great,
please. You can
great.
talk.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, first and foremost, with the last topic that we talked about, you know, the truth is this: when the woman said that the other aspirants, she said other aspirant doesn't have a wife. She did not direct it to one person. She said, you know, that oh, that Igodalo's wife is the one. Igodalo is the one that they can see his wife. That the other ones that have not seen their wives yet, which is kind of like more of a rhetoric question being asked. Now, I'm surprised when Emma will say, when Emma will start, whatever she said, it's not an insult. It's a rhetoric question. Uh, when what's his name? When Oshomole wants
Oshomole.
to reply, Oshomole, Oshomole was now directing the answer to Obaseki. Obaseki is not the one running for the election. Okay? And Peter also said, if you listen to him, he said he don't know if it's a contract. So that is just someone that knows that he wants to kind of like dethrone somehow. That is wrong. It's not politics anymore. You know, so when we're saying things, let's say things the right way it should be. It is wrong. It is wrong. And Obaseki and the wife is already at 60 years old and over. Childbirth, once is 40, once a lady is 40 years old, and then you know for sure that it's a risky childbirth from 40.
Yeah, even before 40, it depends on what she's been through, her medical records.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, man of Street.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't.
Man of Prestige, before you continue, I want to Pastor, are you there?
Yes, I'm
Electricity.
here.
Yeah, are
Yes,
you there?
also. Yes, I'm here, please.
Do you have anything to say in regards to this topic before I go to the next one?
Yes, because I say I don't think what Oshomole said it's condoned in politics. Yes, the saying to somebody you're not married, I think men say to each other outside politics, and it's not considered as even insult or whatever it is, and we don't know the person's condition why he's not married. However, saying that it's politics, what it's a game of politics, what Oshamala said, no, it's not a game of politics. So that's my own view. To make mockery of someone who has not given birth. No, it's not a game of
Could you
politics.
please hold on, Electricity? I just want to remind our viewers in the comment section, please be respectful. This platform has zero tolerance for insults. Please, we need to watch our word. I just read something. Please, you know who you are. You cannot be disrespecting people. You don't have to like what that person is saying, but please be respectful in the comment section. Thank you. City, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so it doesn't come within that surrounding of politics to make mockery of someone who doesn't have a child. And I think it's something that is frowned against anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. I don't think anybody takes offense if they say, oh, electricity at 65 or at 50 or 7 or 30, you're not married. Don't worry, I'm trying to, I'm sorting things out, blah, blah, blah. What about the case? What if it's the case that he's been married before and he has issues with in the relationship is no longer there? Yes, his party will tell him, boy, you need to get married, man. The image needs to be complete. However, to tell somebody that they are not able to have a child, now that's not politics. That doesn't come within that frame of politics. I yield the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you. I have something to say to Man of Prestige. There was a contentious political space that happened in Atlanta, Georgia. This was he ran for Senate. He's the former pastor for Martin Luther King Church. He won the Senate. He was married before. He has 2 kids and he's not married. So people do run in political parties that are not married.
What's his name? You
I
say
think
he run for
Raf
the
or something. Raf, he's the former pastor
oh
for
Rob,
Ebenezer.
yeah, the Senate from Georgia. There's two
Yes,
Democratic
yes,
Senate. He say he's
yes.
not married right now.
No, he's not married when he ran
Okay,
for
I'm
office.
gonna find out because I know
Okay,
he's a
you
pastor
mean
and I follow his political. I'm gonna find out
Yes.
about that because
But
that's
it's
Yeah.
not
very
his,
unusual.
that's Nigeria. This is
Huh?
America.
No,
You
no, 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 no.
mean
He's
Even
saying in
America
the
is
the
more
political
Democrat
space.
guy.
is more
He was
politically.
saying in the political space here in
Yeah,
America
in
and
America, even at all
Nigeria.
in America, it's more political correct to get married before I'm going to look into that. See how
and
I'm
this
not
Yeah.
saying you.
So Topa,
I'm not
no,
saying
he
you're
was
not
saying,
right,
yeah.
but I'm going to find out that because I know about the man. I know him
Was
also
he
very
the
well.
senator
also,
that the
also
senator that
this Trump
the senator that
Kenyan
that
woman,
fellow his fellow man? He
Yeah,
likes
No,
his
no,
fellow
no,
man
no,
now.
no, 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 no.
no,
Kenya,
Ralph, a black
one
guy
of
that won the Senate in Georgia. There's two Democratic senators from Georgia.
Yeah, the one he ran the second time because
the
it was a
African
very
American
hard
guy.
seat.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
it's
like
okay.
man now. We know him now. He like man.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's a pastor, one of the church in
Yeah, he's
Atlanta.
a
Okay,
pastor that
I
like
didn't
man.
know about that because if I'm not, I'm just
Now
thinking.
we need to
i-
be careful that when we say things like that, we need to use the word allegedly. This man has two kids. So please, until you have a proof, please do not come to the platform. We do not say things that we don't have proof to say, oh, he no,
No, but
let's
it's legal now. It's legal to marry a
no,
man in
no,
this
no, no,
country.
no, no,
It's not
no,
like
no,
it's a
no.
bad
This
thing.
is a pastor with two kids.
No, well, I mean that man has nothing to do
He
with
wasn't hiding it.
LGBT.
No, he
Huh?
wasn't actually
Ekene,
hiding it.
Ekene,
Hmm?
that man has nothing to do with the LGBT. It's the
Yes,
transportation.
that's what I'm trying to say.
It's
We
the
need to be
transportation.
careful,
Unless we are
please.
looking at, unless we are talking about the transportation secretary,
That he's
Buruje.
talking about
No,
someone
that's
different. I
different.
know who Ekene is talking
Yeah,
about. That's a different one. That's
that's a different one.
Buddha Judge. We're not talking about
Yeah,
him.
that's
That's
different.
different. Yeah, we're talking about the
Adam
one that
and
ran for
Adam and
Senate
Nano
House
of
and won. Yes.
there's also Lindsey Graham. Last I checked, he wasn't married. And
God
he's been
Lindsey
bless you,
Graham
Tokwe.
yes,
from
God
South
bless
Carolina.
you. Yes.
yes, and he's been
He's
holding
about
them.
60 to 70. Wait a
He's,
minute.
he's
Wait a minute.
not
Wait a minute.
heck,
Are you saying he wasn't married or he just got divorced? Because
he's not married. He's a single man. Lindsey Graham is single.
I'm
Lindsey
gonna
Graham
take
is
that
a
because that
former
man been
judge
a
in
senator for
South
almost about 20
Carolina.
years.
He's been in the political party for how
South
many years?
Carolina
So let's not
forever.
deviate from the topic. Let's just stay on topic.
Okay,
I
let's
just
just turn the
wanted to talk
let's
about,
turn the topic. So let's go back to the
yes,
topic. But
yes,
before
go
before
ahead.
I
Let's talk
go,
about the gun control thing. I'll go to the
yeah,
man of prestige. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm going to talk about it, but I just want to make a comment. The context in which that narrative about that Edo stuff was made. So somebody came here, I think it was Mazi Prince, and clarified the context. So we need to look at it in the context that commentary was made that you don't have a wife. But let me forget about that. So let's talk about what's going on in about the gun control, in this country. But I hope we have an opposition here. I think Ekene is a MAGA, so he can come in and chime in. Maybe he has the same ideology with the MAGA people, Republican.
You can't just conclude like that.
I've seen you talk, but anyway, if you may correct me. But having said that, as a progressive, and my viewpoint, I support owning a gun, and to be more specifically here, I have a gun. Okay, but there should be certain kind of gun control mechanism put in place. What am I saying when it comes to gun control mechanism? There should be background check before you can just go there now, because people can just go there because you have some state like Texas, which is like a wild wild west. Everybody carry open gun. You see them around downtown. Because I visited people in Texas so many times. You see people carrying gun openly. I mean, are we living in a wild, wild west country? That's how it is. And you can use gun every little thing. People just so anyway. What I'm trying to say, even at all, you have a gun like we do in California. You have to put it in a place somebody can where it's not visible. Even at all, you put it in your purse. Let's assume a woman, but you can't just be carrying openly. I mean, are we in a war? Look at what that does. There could be effect to that. So I'm an advocate of gun control. I mean, putting like a red line stuff, like what just transpired in Georgia. Everybody here are familiar with what happened, so I don't really have to go in detail. Had this young 14 years old boy, was already on a threat level in a different school. I think it's a Jackson High School where he was before. The FBI has visited him or something like that. Then they left that city where they are. Well, I don't know if it is the same city. I went to Apalaki, and he committed this crime 2 weeks after coming there, because school just started. And before that time, FBI have already, had already interviewed the dad. I mean, it was played live, and the dad, knew about,
Allegedly, yeah. Please,
No,
let's
no,
use
I saw
that
the
word a
tape.
lot.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, I
let's
saw the
just use
tape.
that word because it's in
Okay, okay,
court.
let's use
Yes.
allegedly. But okay, allegedly. I saw the tape. I mean, they played the tape live where the FBI interviewed, the parents, the dad about the son, the threat that he has posed to previous school, which is Jackson High School.
They
The
said
dad, yeah, he gave excuse and everything. But look at what happened. After a couple of weeks or months or whatever, allegedly, he went and bought a gun. No, well, he already stated that he bought a gun. Not just any gun. I'm talking about assault rifle to a 14 years old boy. What is a 14
no.
years old?
Excuse me, man of president. Is it the guy that bought it or was his father's gun?
No, it's not his father's
No,
gun.
no. Okay, this
That
is
was a
what
gift.
happened. This is what it was a gift for him.
Yes, it was a gift
Allegedly, it
for
was a
him.
gift for him.
14
So,
years.
and yes, and it was an AR-15. It was a gift for the boy. So that's what we know so far. So
Yeah, but
yes,
Adama, what makes it so outrageous is that the father knew about that maybe the son allegedly, he may not be stable because FBI already visited him after, after the body, then the dad went ahead and bought a gun for that person in that kind of mental situation. And look at what happened right now. So in a nutshell, we should have certain kind of gun control, red line and everything, whatever encompasses. You can't take away people's gun. And I'm not in support of that. You know what this country is
yeah,
under, second
yeah.
second
You
amendment. It's a right for everybody to own a gun. So I'm for that.
you
But there
people
should
should
Thank
be
be
you,
certain
sir.
kind of gun control. That's my
you
submission at that man, Tope.
No,
you,
thank
you
you. I'm going to go to Blackstone.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to come to you, and I want the people that just came in. Uncle KJ, welcome. Uncle Righteous Man, welcome from Nigeria. Uncle Blackstone, welcome. I'm going to come to you. Then
And John
after
Abba.
you,
John Abba.
huh?
John Abba came
No,
before.
yeah, Uncle Janaba. Yes, I'm going to come to the Blackstone because Uncle he just spoke. He just came in this topic, so I'm going to go to you next. Thank you.
okay about the gun, right? Gun control.
Yes, if you want to speak on what we just started with in regards to the Akpabio,
It's not
like
Akpabio.
hi,
Uh,
oh God, I'm sorry. You see,
Oshomole.
Uncle, you keep
It's Chukwueze and Oshomole.
Oshemo Lana
Osho,
Fabio.
Oshom, yes. If
Oshomole
you
and
want to speak in
Obaseki.
regards
Osho.
to that, sir, you can, sir.
Oh, Abaseki.
Okay.
I'm sorry, not Akpabio. Abaseki.
Okay. Good evening over there and good morning from here. And okay, first and foremost, let me talk a little bit about that of Oshomole and Abaseki wife. In the first place, I don't know why Oshomole had to go through that route because if you look at the statement that Abaseki wife made, she was not referring to anybody. Actually, she didn't make mention of anybody's name. Neither was that statement actually directed to anybody. And I don't know why Oshomole, who has now become a spokesman for the for the PDP candidate, right, how to take it personally and begin to make those silly statements, right?
APC
Every,
candidate, not PDP.
no, it's a APC candidate now. Oshomole is APC, right? So no, because the candidate for APC, Oshomele seems to be the one that is speaking for him, right? So and the institution is that Abaseki wife was referring to the APC candidate in Edo State. That is why Oshomole now have to take it upon himself to be the mouthpiece and replied Abaseki wife. But the Abaseki wife was not referring to anybody. He made a general statement. And so I don't know why Oshomole with his big mouth have to step in and begin to make such statements, right? I don't think it's actually moral or something like that, that a man as Oshomole should go that route and begin to use to such words on a man in matured family, right? That they don't have a child, so on and so forth. So it isn't our doing. It is not. In fact, like in Europe, a woman can say, I don't want to have a child. It is so right. It's people try to say, I don't want to have a child. They have a reason for it. So if the Obaseki said they're not having a child, so nobody knows the reason for that. So Oshimole should not come to that level and say, you can adopt, you can do this, can do this. No, you're not this person to tell them what to do. They know these things. They know why the reason that, okay, they don't want to have a child. And they really want to have a child, they know what to do. So for me, it is just below the bed whether Oshomole should go that or that come out with those such statements, such wells and everything, right? And they are saying it is politics. No, it's not politics, So some of the things you say in politics are what is in your mind. It's your mindset. Right, so you can't say because it's politics, then begin to insult your fellow human being. It's a governor, right? It's first lady of Edo State. Then because probably it's no more under your party, no more under your control, then you have to begin to insult the family. No, for me, it's just below the bed. It's not something that should be taken lightly, actually. But I know they can't do anything, right? They not can do. But for me, it is not right. So a man. Anyway, Oshomole is a man with a big mouth anyway. He talks anyhow. So that's quite no.
So what is your opinion in regards to the gun control reform in America and the shooting that happened in Georgia in Appalachia High School? What is your opinion?
The shooting that happened in Georgia for me was very painful. At least I don't expect a 14 years old. In fact, I don't expect why a 14 years old child should be having access to a gun, right? This is something that for me, that's what they call maybe what America call freedom, right? Or my right to have a gun. For me, like in Europe, nobody have access to a gun. Nobody, right? If you belong to a shooting club, you can have a gun, right? But nobody is allowed to carry a gun, even to carry a knife along the street. Along with you are going to not allowed, and it is forbidden, right? So for you to own a gun here in Europe, and let me say in Germany, what I know, right? Because there was a time they wanted to actually to make it a little bit liberal that you can buy anti-gun and so on and so forth. Along the line, one of the young man, I think also 14, 15 years, took his father hunting gun, went to school and shot and killed some people. So that's actually when they went back to their normal law that sales of gun is totally banned. You cannot have guns. And there was a time the Russians were coming with guns and everything. The Interpol, the police, and everything were able to block the loopholes where they were coming with these guns, right? I think that should be the best, because if nobody has a gun, everybody's safe, right? No matter the background check and so on and so forth, people can get hungry. So the background check does not actually solve the problem of people using their gun, to do mass killing and mass shooting and things like that. Because when they are triggered, when they are angered, that's when it happens. Yes. Somebody just love to kill people. Some few years back, I read the story of two young guys. They went to McDonald's, right? One of the boys was having a gun. They were just discussing, and he got his gun and shot his friend. They asked him, "Why do you shoot your friend?" He said, "Because the wall was too white. He wanted to stain it with blood." So these are just something that at least people, background check does not actually mean that you have you can easily control yourself, or maybe you can go to control your anger in time of when you are being angered by people or things like that. So for me, I think the best is to if they can be able to take gun out of the street, out of everybody. Nobody should have access to a gun. That will bring more safety in America. I think that's what
Thank you so much.
Be the best way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Righteous Marin. Could you please unmute? I know you're calling from Nigeria, and I just want to acknowledge my sister Ifinde. Welcome to the show.
Welcome, Ify.
Righteous man, are you there? Could you please unmute, sir?
Yeah, I've done that.
All right, thank you, sir. You're next, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning from here. It's really nice. My friend dragged me to the platform this night. I wanted to sleep because getting ready for going to church tomorrow morning. But he dragged me. I said, okay, let me just spend a little time with the platform before going to bed. Anyway, the issue of Oshomole. The statement of Oshomole was so shocking. Sometimes I think some people lack etiquette. Sometimes you begin to wonder whether education is really a refiner in people's manners and behaviors and the way they approach issues. Because one would have thought that after being schooled, you would have been refined and you will know how to use words no matter the provocation. But I think he can do what he did or say what he said because he's in Nigeria. But I do hope that the women in Edo State will pay him back by voting against APC because of that statement, because it's a hilarious statement, it's ungodly, it's uncultural. I mean, I was shocked when I listened to that statement on TV. And not only me, it raised a big alarm in Nigeria. People have made some statement in newspaper columns and made speeches on television and radios, phone programs have been called on radio, which I participated on this very issue. This act of, I don't know, will I say it's out of immaturity or out of being arrogant for you to use what you cannot give. Man cannot, God is the sole giver of life. And even if individual decide not to have a child, you shouldn't use it as a topic, especially in politics or whatever. So I think Oshomole lack morals, and the women in Edo State should pay him back during the electioneering. I mean, this election that is coming forth on September 21st. I think they are going to pay him back because, for me, even my wife did say it, that Oshomole insulted womanhood, not that woman alone. Women generally was insulted by that his statement, and he need to pay for it. So that's what I have to say about that. And then concerning the gun control in the United States, I'm not living there. America is, they consider themselves as the first world, of which they are, as they claim. But one thing is this: what is going on in America, the kind of killings that goes on in the US as a result of carelessly children, teenage, picking up guns and shooting teachers and fellow students. If it does happen in any country in Africa, in fact, they would have blacklisted that country and warned their citizens from going there, But it is what it is. I think they should find a way to make sure that it is controlled. And some histories I read and some stories I have heard, the Americans have gone, and that guns were what they used in defeating the Britain when the British was colonizing them. Every American came out. It was not only the soldiers to fight for their freedom. So I think that is why they are still having hold on their guns and believe it is their right. So
Thank you, sir.
the government should do something to make sure that this killing stops. It is not okay. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us all the way from Nigeria. Uncle KJ, you're next. Could you please unmute, sir? Welcome to the show. Uncle KJ, are you there? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, thank you. I can hear you.
Yes, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Adana. Adama. Yes, I let me first start with the gun control. I think I don't own a gun. I don't intend to own one. But I think I can see from their argument. Why some of the things that go on in Nigeria go on because people do not have the right to arm. If you remember, before the Boko Haram went rampage in Nigeria, the government systematically collected all the guns, local guns, whether local or otherwise, that people used to go to hunt and protect their communities. They all collected that. And afterwards, you had the terror herdsmen running rampage in Nigeria. When the people had the right or had their local guns and the one they used to hunt, the Fulanis couldn't penetrate majority of those communities. They now, kind of walk over every time they desire to, have a feast. So disarming the population gives the right to violence alone to the federal government. But a federal government whose population has enough firearm will think twice before subverting the will of the people to the point of making the people come into slavery, like what the Nigerian government is almost becoming of, taking the Nigerian people to become. Because if the people had that right, I'm sure that the people would have moved long time ago. I see, talking to you, I don't see the reason why one man alone will arrogate himself majority of what the money that the country earns because you simply see yourself as president or see yourself as governor or see yourself as house of assemblyman. At the end of your 4 years, you give yourself all kinds of largesse, at the expense of the people of the country. Now, the difference here in America, because again, that it is also in their own constitution, the Second Amendment, which means that they have the right to bear that arm. States differ. Some states had open carry, some states had, concealed. But because of that, sometimes the government is more careful in approach. I remember watching a video of somebody saying that when they were thinking, when it was, very much that they wanted to stop that, the man showed us a picture of his house. He has, two armored tank in his house. I say he has over 5,000 guns in his house. And at every point in his house, whether it's outside or inside, he has a gun is closest to him. I said to them, you know what? When you are coming, get ready because I'm ready for you guys. That kind of statement makes the government think twice before subverting the will of the people. But in our own country, you can see what's going on. You can see what's going on. So I still think, we have been subjected to becoming so, overwhelmed by government and by policies and all kinds of nonsense that one seeks to intimidate the Nigerian people to the point of saying, leave them for God. God will judge them. And now so God want them. So that now so God want them is not biblical. It's not biblical at all. So those are things they choose to use to defend their frustration. On the comment of Adams Oshobaba, well, somehow those Adams Oshomole that made me to really like labor, or rather like, activism, because of his actions and his ability to debate a topic to a standstill. However, the danger of such that when such people get into position of authority, as the people used to say, you don't really know a man until you give him money, then you know who that man is. Oshomo wasn't this arrogant until he became governor. You remember he said to one woman, "You can go and die," and right as a governor of Edo State. And so it's his comment. I didn't know how to take it. Yes, he could have said, okay, well, the woman also talked about, women. But even if you talk about the women, the good about why we regard or revere elders is because an elder knows how to come to the table with, a discussion that is difficult to talk and knows how to handle a very difficult situation. For instance, we would have expected him to be able to round her up in such a way that even if he wanted to make that comment, he would have put it in the way he put it. So we are fast losing that duty of how. And I think the Igbos are quite onye na-akpanga, somebody who can use your speech to to make a very difficult situation easy to listen to and to hear. They have such elder. That's what an elder should do. In this situation, if he wanted to intervene, I thought that he would have been able to bring the wealth of his experience, his weight, his weight of experience, his ability to put word nicely, which is not which not lacking for Edo people, and the Delta people. But he failed to do that in this case. And I totally feel he should apologize to that lady. It's not
Yeah.
his place to say that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I want to go to Ify, then Ekena, I'll come to you. Ify, are you
Adam, are we
there?
allowed to interject for a minute?
Yes, you can. Yes, if you want
Yeah,
to.
this is to KJ. Because when KJ came here and spoke, if I understand, I'm pivot back to the first topic, which is about gun control. To my own understanding, unless I'm wrong, to what I understand, his political affiliation is a Republican. But having said that,
So, but man
KJ,
of prestige, can I ask you something?
yeah,
Just because his political affiliation is Republican, what makes you have this bias thing about them? Not in like you think they embrace gun or they are
yeah, because
not.
most of them has the same ideology. So,
Yes,
but
they
I'm not
do.
saying, yeah,
I agree
most
with
of
man
them.
of
When I use the
prestige.
word most of them, it's not 100%. It's not most. It could be 90. It could be 80. But what I'm trying to ask KJ, because he did not really answer the question. I mean, he kind of equivocate on various part of the thing. He did not really, say whether whether he's in favor of certain kind of gun control from the narrative that he pressed here. It seemed like, if he believed people has the right, the Second Amendment to own a gun. But did you say anything about starting kind of gun control, like an amendment? Like on telling people, banning assault rifle. I mean, Adama was in the military, so she understand, what the destruction assault weapon can do to human being. So I'm in support of gun, but KJ, can you expatiate on that, because you didn't say anything about whether you in favor of starting kind of gun control or not. Can you say that, please? That's my question to you.
KJ, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, man of prestige. I'm a bit concerned that you're always very quick to, giving me putting me in one circle. I'm not a Republican. Neither am I a Democrat. I'm not even, I'm not in any way, I don't, none of those parties actually, holds my fancy because I think I know more of politics than just being into any of those because all of them are equally the same. None of them, no one is going to give us better government. Just take that. And then on the issue of gun, I said here very clearly that I support people owning guns. I said that, but I do not carry one, and I may not own one. Now, why? Because that gun sort of helps people, the populace, to keep some government, some overbearing government at bay. I said that because if you know, and I gave an example of Nigeria where they first of all disarmed everybody who owned a gun in the community, and then they allowed their evil guys to go into those communities and do as they like. When people had those guns, they could not go into those communities because they knew that if they come in, they will meet, they'll be resisted. So in the case of America, I don't see. I gave an example of a man who owns 2 armored tanks in his house. I think that's going to an extreme, and he says has over 5,000 guns in his house. I think that is a bit of an extreme. But in America, people have all kinds of things as collections. They have all kinds of things like collections. So maybe that is a collection. He likes, military graded, rifles. But I will not say yes. Those I will not, in good conscience, say those kind of rifles should be sold to the public. Maybe there should be some form of control of that. But saying that you outrightly remove guns from people, having the experience I had in Nigeria, no, I will not say that, because I mean, I'll give you a personal example. Some set of guys once jumped, through my fence, and my wife saw them. My wife saw them and just told me, see, people are climbing the fence, people are climbing the fence, and I just shouted to her, give my gun, give my gun, let me shoot them down, and then they jumped back, thinking I had a gun. Okay, that's the only thing that some of these miscreants understand. Okay, and in this your country, sometimes people take certain things to a ridiculous end, and so some of those things, like I said, some of those things control and keep both the enemy and the government at bay. That's my
Thank
conclusion.
you, sir. Thank you for your response. Man
Thank you.
of Prestige, don't worry, you get to hear from Ekene. And please, I don't care whatever political party they are, Republican, Democrat, we have a segment, we're going to talk about American politics. So it affects all of us here. Majority of us in this platform live here in the United States. So we are going to talk about that. So, but I'm going to go to Ify. Ify, could you please unmute if you're there? Welcome, Dale.
Ada,
Welcome.
good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Welcome, my sister.
Okay. Interesting. Where do I start? Let's go to the issue of gun control. This has been a debate since I came into this country. And let me tell you, as a parent, or you guys that have kids, it's so unfortunate that it has gotten to a point. I was talking to my friend the other day, and she said to me, if you have to put these kids in a Catholic school, in a private school. And I said, why? She said, because of security. I said, what do you mean? She said, because of the gun control. It has gotten to a point that when you send your kids to go to school, you don't even know where.
If are you there? If are you there? We lost you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I say it has gotten to a point that when you send your kids to school, you don't even know whether they are coming back alive to you. It's so unfortunate. All these people supporting gun control, until it happens to you, then you will understand. I'm not saying that there is anything wrong with carrying gun, but what I'm saying is that let them put a tighter control. Let them tighten the control. Do a extensive background check before you can give somebody a gun. Growing up, my father, he had a gun, but he can only shoot that on the 31st against 1st of New Year. We will all come out and he will, release how many bullets with his brothers. And we'll say Happy New Year and go. But when I came to this country, I see that, your co-workers can, carry their gun. I've seen them. They said it's for protection. And again, I say I don't have anything. But for a 13, 14-year-old child to have a gun as a gift from his father, and that is very troublesome for me. Of all the things you want to give your child, it's a gun. You didn't give him a book, you didn't buy him a car or something, but a gun. And now 4 people lost their lives. 2 teachers that went to school for their daily lives, and 2 kids that went to school to learn. Now parents are going to end up burying their children, and the families are going to end up burying their loved ones, all in the name of I have right to bear arms. I'm not a Republican, even though I've said something like this here before. I am an independent voter. I vote for somebody who makes sense to me. I don't know who I'm going to vote for this election. I'm still going back and forth. But the issue of gun control is something very dear to me. And I'll tell you one story. When I go to work, I don't stay in front of nursing station. Why? Because I'm paranoid about that. The incident that happened at San Benito a couple years ago, I don't know if anybody remember, when one of employee walked in and by a lot of his co-workers. So that always come to my mind whenever I go to work. I always look around, like, even when I go to supermarket, I'll just have it in mind. This is what I'm getting. Bam, 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 bam. Boom, I'm out. Why? Because of gun. So, I mean, for people supporting it, it's okay to support or believe in whatever you believe in until it happens to you, until you send your child to school and that child, come back to you in a casket. I don't understand what is so fascinating about gun. There
Thank
is
you.
nothing
Ify.
fascinating about it. Europe, I know that.
Oh God, Ify, you just touched something that just I didn't want to talk about it, but I'm sorry for interjecting you. You said something about staying in the nursing station. How about being in the OR? And this is an ex-convict. You're putting a murderer. You're putting him to sleep, and he's telling you pray for him. And I'm looking at this person in the line. I am like, are you kidding me? And the sheriff have to be there. You know, it's things that happen, and I'm like, Ify, no, don't go there.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about because both of us we share similar field. My thing is I bring anybody in into the OR regardless of who you are. So I don't, I have to. So if that's something that resonates with me all the time, because that's a place, if anything was to happen, I will be the first because I'm
yeah,
monitoring your breathing. I'm
yeah,
monitoring your breathing. That is my job.
yeah.
And I just want to tell you, and you being a psych, we need to have people mentally evaluated before they have a gun. That is just it. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, there are some people, and like somebody said here, I think it's KJ, said something about people collecting guns. Yeah, yeah, I have a lot of patients that are not mentally stable. In the state of Georgia now, anybody can carry a gun. There is no restriction. In the state of Georgia, you can carry a gun. I hope I'm right. You can
Down
carry.
is down is normal in Texas. Oh, yeah.
So I don't even understand. You can't even say something. You can't even look at somebody somehow. You know how people will just boom, they will just take over the lane, and I don't say anything no more. You
Yeah,
just
you
get
need to see the road rage in
yeah. You
Texas
can't say
and the
nothing.
guns people
You
bring
can't
out.
even, yeah, even if we are angry at your coworker, you can't say anything because you don't know. The person might be waiting for you in the parking lot. So anyway, that's by the way, but I think American government, they need to reevaluate this issue of gun control. The other time it was in Texas. The kids, how many kids died? Is it 18, 19 kids with how many
I think
teachers?
it was 19. Matter of fact, the school is being demolished.
Okay, yeah.
The school is being
Imagine.
demolished. And we're not talking about, remember the one that happened in Florida,
Yeah, we're not
where
talking
the
about
high school,
Florida. We're
It's
not
like
even talking
yes,
everywhere.
about Colombia. So, I
Columbia,
mean,
yes.
Columbine, yeah. So this is on and on and on and on. I just wish these people can listen and listen to the cry of parents. Imagine, imagine getting a phone call, to come to the school. You're waiting to see if you're gonna see your child.
Yeah, that's so
I'm so
scary.
sorry. Unfortunately, your child didn't make it. Imagine as a parent, what did the child do? Nothing. Just because the child wants to go and learn. By the way, Oshomele, oh my God, this is even though Michelle Obama say when they go low, we go high. This man
Well,
went
now gakwa high, gakwa low, you
No,
got
that one
low
doesn't work
to the
for
you know
gutter.
African
this
zone.
one is beyond even the gutter thing. Of all the things you're gonna say to this woman, of all, I don't even want to use that word. I cannot believe that a man can open his mouth and say that. He has children. What if his daughter finds herself in that situation tomorrow? What is he going to say to her? Eh? The last thing you can ever tell any woman is to say something like that to her. And you said it publicly, and people listen. and people heard, and people are still supporting you just because she made a statement. And reasonable, a good statement. She asked a question. What is wrong with what she said? You finished her and finished her husband, all in the name of politics. These are the people we have in power. And these are the people we have in National Assembly. And these are the people that are leading us or ruling us today in Nigeria. And nobody ever said anything. Just like somebody said that he owes that woman apology, public apology, not behind letter, publicly. Edo
I think
people,
they said he apologized. Someone on the comment section said he apologized.
on the 21st, you people will go to the polling station to vote. 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 Your life depends on this election, Edo people. Your life, your future depends on this election on the 21st. I don't vote for I don't support political party. But we can see where Oshomole is going to with this guy that he is supporting. Edo people, open your eyes, shine your eyes, take back your state. This election coming up is going to tell us a lot about the upcoming elections in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ify. You're next. Could you please unmute?
Oh, thank you. Gun control, right?
Yes, sir. Gun control.
Yeah, there's something I found out of late, and I wish I was able to know this earlier. I've come to realize that Democrats are a crop of people that don't think deep into something before they start accepting it and haphazardly imbibing what others are pushing out for them. Yes, gun control is very, very good. And if I should advise this country on how to control gun, I will first and foremost urge them to go to the borders and make sure that people that don't have documentation are not able to come into this country, because that is where it starts. That is where they come in with all manner of ammunitions to commit crime, steal, rape, and all that. And these are the guns that go around, people buying from them and distributing around.
Kele, why are you sounding like Trump? Sorry to
if you want to
sound like Trump.
If you want to take gun out of people,
Republican, so leave him alone.
What you are trying to do basically is to murder the people. If you want to give out driver's license, for example, or if people get drunk, drive without license, kill people, you don't go after those that legally acquired their driver's license. You go after those that do not have driver's license but engage in driving. And to even make matters worse, drinking while driving. So trying to get gun out of people or take gun out of people is something that doesn't make sense to me. For example,
hold on, hold on. Before you answer that question, please wait.
Yes.
You said trying to get gun out of people is something that doesn't make sense to you.
Yes, so people that I mean are those that legally went through the screening process, get the background check done, and legally acquire this gun. The government know that they
You're
have
talking
this
about
gun.
People who are licensed to carry.
License to carry, yes. This is the people I'm referring to. You don't take gun from these people, but rather you go after criminals and those that are illegally keeping guns and take it from them. This is what I'm advocating for. For example, on that list of screening process, you may add, which I agree with you, Adana, that before you have the license to carry, you must go through psychological evaluation to make sure that you are mentally fit to handle this. Now, coming back to what happened in Georgia,
Can I ask you a question before you proceed, please? Just a question. Do you know the percentage of gun violence in this country that is committed by illegal immigrants? Do you know that? Because I have the data here with me.
Now, this is where
No, because you made a comment. I have to give you the data. Sometimes, we say something, we don't have the fact to back it
Yeah,
up.
hold on,
You made
hold on.
something about
Please.
illegal migrant, that's the cost of
Adana, I
matching
don't
it.
know
Yeah.
how you
Can I
are
give you
Yes,
the
okay,
how
okay,
you are
okay, man
counting
of
my time.
prestige, man of
Let me give you
prestige,
the
Biko
data.
Chere,
So you can
please,
ask me this question when I'm
please.
done, please. I don't
Yeah,
want
let
to
him
go off
finish,
my
let
thought
him land,
process.
then you ask him the question. Please,
Yes.
sir. Thank you, sir.
So
Go ahead,
on that
Ekene.
list, you could add that, or you should add that you must pass through mental evaluation before you can be licensed to handle gun. In Georgia, what happened in Georgia prior to, before the Georgia incident, there was one in Michigan, exactly, just similar to what happened in Georgia. And for the one that happened in Georgia, the father of this guy has been charged for homicide. The reason being that the judges find out that there is no culture of gun safety in the family. So as a parent, you should be responsible enough to keep your guns out of your children. For example, I will set an example with myself. When I was a younger guy, I was in, I think, JS1 or JS2. Whenever my dad traveled, you know how inquisitive or how exorbitant a young person is. You always want to do things on your own. I will go and pick his car key, get into the car, start it, and start driving without being taught how to drive. Then one day I hit our wall, boom, and my eye cleared. So this is how these children trying to get into something that they are not used of doing and then when they get into that stage, you are leaving your gun carelessly for them. They may pick up this gun and try to use it to know how effective it is. And again, for you, the politicians, that's every little thing, whenever there is election season, you start campaigning with population control. We'll control population, we'll do this. Who knows? These children might want to control the population that you are instilling into their brain. So you should find
Emeka,
a
what are you
way.
talking about? Children
Hold on,
controlling
hold on.
population.
You should find hold on. Now let me finish now. You should find a way to hold parents accountable for leaving guns carelessly on the children, in the hands of their children. You don't take gun away from those that are licensed to carry, that are mentally fit to carry this gun. However, it is okay to go against, to take gun out of people that are not licensed to carry, and again, maybe begin to reject or refuse to give out license to those that you think that may have had criminal record or that are not mentally fit to carry this gun. Now, coming back to family standard now, or family whatever. This guy's parent, the father is claiming that his boy is traumatized because of his broken home. Father went apart, separate ways with the mother, and then, which is, I think, is just a flimsy excuse. But my point is this: yes, it's very, very disturbing if you have your children in school and all the time you'll be thinking about their safety. Before that incident happened in that very school, there was already a warning from the neighborhood to the parent, to the school, that this boy, he's threatening to come to the school with gun. That warning was ignored. Now, on the side of the security agent, the police, for example, they are not doing their work, because each time I go to my kid's school, I will see police cars everywhere. I get into the school, I see police standing. What are they doing? If there was such a warning prior to the incident, why didn't they take steps to curtail it? The same thing that happened during Trump's campaign. There was a prior warning of that shooting and nothing was done about it. So there's a laxity on the side of the security as well. And the school itself, because the call was made to the school and it was ignored. Now innocent lives were lost. And then all you want to do is to begin to take guns away from people that should stay with God. Man, I can't live in the state of Georgia like this without a gun in my house. It's not possible. I can't even drive without a gun in my car. I
Okay,
can't even go to
okay,
downtown without a gun in my car. It's not possible.
hold on. Okay, I have to ask you a question. As a parent, I don't know if you've been to a shooting range. I have.
Oh, several times.
I have two brothers who are West Point graduates, and I was opportune to train with weapon, like I was taken. This is me speaking personally now. And the weapons they trained with, this is me talking. Ekene, AR-15 is not a weapon anyone should have in their home. Period.
But it is allowed for
Regardless
criminals
of
to
where
have
your
it.
gun, hold on, Ekene. Regardless of where you stand with gun control. The point I'm trying to make here is if I were to be in power or had the right, I would charge the parents that bought him that gun.
Exactly. They were charged. They
They
were
should
charged.
charge them.
180 years in prison.
They should. Because that is a gun that should not be in anyone's hand. I have had the opportunity to be test that gun. You cannot. What that gun does, I don't care how much you are trained. For two of my brothers who are trained, these are West Point graduates. West Point is one of the highest military schools in the world. If you know, you know. The point I'm trying to say, for people who know how gun works and they're telling you there are guns that you cannot allow regular people to operate, it doesn't happen. The point I'm trying to make here, regardless of what your affiliation is, Republican, Democrats, I agree with you that people who go through the process to get guns and go through all the whole this thing to be licensed to have it, they should keep their guns so long as you practice that safety of concealing your weapon, putting it away where your kids don't have access to them.
Exactly. So I think we are saying the same thing.
But at the
Exactly
same time,
where I
but no,
stand.
you're not saying the same thing. You're blaming the school. You said something. You said that
Yes.
something was.
Okay. Was the school supposed to have taken a proactive measures to make sure that that incident didn't come to
Man of prestige, now
fruition?
you can come in, sir. Yeah,
Would they
hold
have
on. Go
taken
ahead.
some measures
Okay.
to
Can
prevent that
can
from
I come
happening?
in? Can I, my brother?
Right?
Let me
No,
let me
I
come in.
asked Adam a question. So the school was okay. It was okay for the school to just ignore the prior warning. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Can I give you
No, but
information?
no, no,
Can
no.
I inform
Ekene,
you
let me
about what
tell you,
actually
what's the
happened in
warning?
that
Hold
case?
on, Ekene, hold on. I am assistant president for my daughter's school. Who's this going to be? She's in high school, and I'm a PTA parent. When I'm telling you, they have drill. Do you know how many calls this school gets a day? Fake calls about something going to happen in school. You don't. So
Yeah.
the resources, hold on, Ekene, the resources that go into that one, location. We're talking about school. Now, I'm not going to come out here and say or brag about my location or say that. No, we need to be realistic. At the end
So
of the day,
in
every
this very
child needs
particular
to have
incident,
peace of mind
that the
when
name
going
of
to
the
school.
child was given to the school, and the intended activity that he planned to do in the school was revealed to the school. He is known. His name was revealed to the school. So
So
is it
now,
okay
let
the
me
way
ask you
that the school
something.
ignored
If
all
you're a
its warning?
resource officer in that school, what would you
Mhm.
have done? Tell me what you would have done.
First and foremost, I will let the police know what is going on to track the guy wherever he is. He's in school. He's a
Can I,
student.
can,
His name was known.
can I come in
His name was
and
mentioned.
give you more information about this before I give you the data about what I was going to say? I think you're a little bit you're a little bit economical on the truth part, or you're
Okay.
ignorance. I'm not
Tell
calling
me
you
the truth.
ignorance. That
Yeah,
means
tell me the
you're
truth.
not aware about the whole thing in reference to this boy. I
Okay,
have a
go
very
ahead.
vivid information about it. Let me tell you what happened. The boy was in a high school called Jackson. That's where he was when
I live in Georgia.
can
I know this story more
okay,
than you do. So you
that's
don't have to
where he
go that detail.
was when the first threat was issued. The FBI came to the parents' house and interviewed the parents and tell him, that the boy has posed a threat to Jackson, that he's gonna go shoot people, right? So Jackson didn't even know that this boy was transferring. Remember, he just transferred recently. He has only been in that school for 2 weeks. He has only been in Appalachia. So what happened? The parents leave. They left that school. I don't need to move and transfer him to Appalachian High School.
Parents
So this
divorce and
particular
went
school,
separate ways.
hold on
The
now,
parents
they don't
divorce.
have the whole information. So you can put blame on a lot of people, including the FBI, why he's not in the list. But there's a problem. Let me give you what happened in Georgia. They don't have a red line stop because most states, if you already have any kind of crime or something like that, or you are intended to have committed a crime, they will put you on notice. They will monitoring you. But Georgia, to be specific, they don't have that law. California has that law. I think Florida that I go, being that it's a purple state, they have that law. So having said that, that's part of the information. Yeah, blame the authority, but not necessarily the school. So that's one. The one you said about illegal, we need to debunk this myth. People keep on talking that the illegal immigrants and are perpetrating the whole crime in this country. And you say something about gun violence because of the border. That's a completely not even close, okay, what he said.
Can
The
I ask you a
percentage,
question?
hold on, let me
Can I
finish.
ask you a
It's
question?
less than 1%.
Can I ask
Hold
you a
on.
question?
The gun violence being committed by illegal migrants in this country is less than 1%. It's well documented. I'm not making this up. So before you made a comment that, the problem is from illegal immigrant. Illegal migrants commit about 40, the people born in this country commit about 45% more likely than illegal immigrant. I'm not here, I'm not a proponent of the illegal immigrant, but don't put everything on illegal people. And that's exactly what he just did about the gun stuff. But he didn't have the fact to back what he said. And I said it's less than 1% gun violence in this country. So tell
Drug,
me where you
drug,
have your, where
drug,
you where you
no,
derive this your
drug
opinion
peddling.
that they are the one
No,
causing the gun violence in this
drug
country.
peddling. Drug peddling.
What?
Yeah, drug peddling across the border. Is it being done by the students or illegal immigrants?
Yeah, there are some of them coming there, but that's not what he said. He said the
Can you
gun violence is
effectively
the is the he says the gun violence is the problem, is the number one.
can you effectively deal in drug business without gun?
Come on now, the
Across
statistics
the
is
borders,
there.
can
Can
you
all
transact
these
the business without guns?
can all these
Hey,
shootings be
do you
seen
have the
in school?
statistics? It's not just what you assume.
They were
You're just making up
I'm
things.
asking you a
they were
question.
all
This is a
licensed.
common question that you should know the answer.
Okay,
See,
okay. I'm not gonna argue with you because
yeah,
you're
what I'm
arguing
saying,
blindly.
no, what
You
I'm
are
saying,
conversing blindly. You
no,
don't have
what
any
I'm
fact to
saying,
back what you're saying.
even you yourself in your submission, you support the idea of people owning guns, but there should
I
be
said I
a
own a
major
gun. I
regulation.
said I
Hold
own
on
a
now.
gun,
Yes.
Ekene.
So I
Listen
don't
to
know
me.
where your
I
argument
said
is
that
coming
I
now,
own a gun,
because
but
we
I
all
just want
agree
certain
on
kind
the
of
same thing.
contraction
No,
on
but
gun, certain kind of gun control,
man of
like
prestige, can I say
owning
something?
So
assault weapon. That man was
Can
in
I
the
ask you
military.
something? Can I ask you
He
I
can tell you
something?
cannot be
about the
limited to
destruction,
owning
the destruction that
7 round
assault
revolver.
weapon does. I'm just talking about
Hold on now.
containing it.
Okay, man of prestige,
I
wait, let
cannot
him
be
answer,
handed a
please.
shotgun while a criminal is led to handle assault weapon. No, I'm in my house. I should have it. Just the way you protect some things. No,
Let me understand what you're
just
saying.
the way you protect your
No,
children from
can I
getting their hands
understand
on.
what you're saying? Are you saying that assault rifle should be
Mhm.
possessed by citizens
Hold on. What
of
I'm saying
United
is,
States?
if criminals should be allowed
No.
to
It's a
be
simple
using,
question. If
yes, of
assault
course.
weapons,
If criminals should have it on the street, then house owners should have it too. If the law enforcement agents cannot do their job of making sure there is no assault rifle in the hands of criminals or any form of rifle in the hands of criminals, then why are you confiscating it from those that legally licensed to have it? What is the problem? You are relegating others to just a shotgun, while on the other hand, you are allowing criminals to handle assault rifle. You should do your job as a security officers. I cannot do it for you. That is where you guys are getting all this is wrong. They failed to protect this country. And at the same time, they don't want the citizens to protect themselves, leaving us vulnerable in the hands of criminals. That is my point. I cannot just be limited to shotgun and armed robbers invaded my house and blow my heads off.
wait,
I should
can
have
I ask you
something
something?
to
Can I
fight back.
ask you something now? Can I ask you something?
Yes, go ahead.
That something happens to you.
Mm.
How do we justify you? Because you're in pain. And I
Mhm.
want to say something, and we need to be careful what we say. How do you justify what someone does as a reason for you doing that thing, knowing that you are in your right sense of mind? You have the
Mm.
education, you
I
have the
don't I don't
background.
I don't know
How
what.
do you?
No,
Yeah,
hold on.
what I'm trying to say is this: man of
Safety first, right?
huh?
Safety
Yes,
first.
safety
Okay,
first.
let me ask you on this panel, has anyone been to Nigeria and have security, either mobile police or private security for
I
protection? Have
have,
you ever hired them?
I
Thank
have,
you.
I have.
So the
I won't
people you
hide it.
find
I have.
yourself in their midst, the people around you, your neighbors, do you know that they don't have even knockouts to protect themselves? But you have one. Your
Okay,
life to you,
that
your
I
life
am
is very
privileged to
important to
have
you.
one. That I am privileged to
Hold on
have
now.
one. How
The
does that
same
matter
way.
to my neighbor?
Uh-huh.
My neighbor that
No.
I'm living next to is just
Oh,
as affluent as I am.
Good. So, and I know that those police officers or security officers that guarded you, they have assault rifle. They have it. Now, it's more or less like you having it. Now,
You cannot justify.
hold on now.
This is what I'm
Hold
not
on.
understanding with
Then
what you're saying.
in this country, I don't feel safe. Even at gas station, in this state,
So,
I
and
don't
you
feel
think
safe.
owning a gun makes
Now,
you feel safe? That's the question. Is a yes or no?
at least,
No, it
it
doesn't.
cushions.
Owning
It
a gun
cushions.
does not make you feel
No,
safe. All
no,
it does is make you feel paranoid.
no. Owning a gun makes me paranoid. No, nah. See, in this state, I don't know about other states. I've lived in Minnesota. I wasn't worrying, getting worried about all this stuff. But this place is a place where you need to protect yourself. And for the people to be crying over their move to confiscate gun from them.
Okay, so
Please,
what do you say to
please.
someone like Ify and I, who
Yeah,
have
if you
been in
don't
the
want
midst
to.
of patients? Hold on, Ekene.
Mhm.
Ify and I, who have been in the midst of psych patients,
Thank you.
patients who, hold on, Ekene, patients who are murderers. You can't. You cannot. If you have privilege to see what we see, then
Okay.
you understand that the way we think. And I'm not going to, because I know you, I'm
That
not
is,
going to go there with you. I'm going
hold
to
on now.
respect. So, but at the
Hold
same time, a
on.
workplace is not where you're allowed to carry a weapon.
No, this
But
is
you
this is
have
where
to treat everybody equal with respect and dignity.
okay.
So,
This is where the system is all getting it wrong, and we are not addressing the system. A mentally unstable patient or human being shouldn't be licensed to carry a gun in the first place. But in this country, you will see a mentally unstable person even licensed to drive. They will tell you that they have a right to drive. But this patient or this person is on medication for mental health. This person is on medication for mental health, and you allow the life of people to be in the hands of these people. Do you know that even the school bus that convey your children, some of the drivers are on medication?
America,
And
and
they
that's
are
what
allowed
makes
to carry
America so
buses.
great.
And
Let me tell you,
that is where we are calling.
Point of
Hold on now.
correction. Can I
Hold
hold on?
on.
Please. Point
Mhm.
of correction. Because somebody is on antidepressant or antipsychotic or some sort
God
of
bless you, Ify.
antipsychotic
Thank you.
no, Ekene, doesn't
Mhm.
make that person unstable. Point of
Now,
correction.
hold on
Okay.
now.
I have school
Hold on.
drivers. Hold on,
Hold on.
Ekene.
Hold
I
on.
have school drivers that are my
Why
patients. So
I
what
made
you're
mention
trying
of
to tell
this?
me now is that because they are on medications,
On
they are not
medication,
supposed to
what
be
makes you any
driving. Is
better
that what
than
you're
them?
saying?
I don't know the
What
kind of
makes you any
medication.
better than them?
I am not on medication. That makes me better than them.
Let me say this.
That you're not on medication is
Let me
because
say
you've
I am
this.
not
not
been
on medication.
diagnosed. That's
I
Ekene,
am
the
not being
difference. You've not
evaluated
been
of
diagnosed.
mental instability.
let me say this.
That is the difference.
My prayer, as all of us are here, let us not be one of those parents that we send our kids to school and they will come back to us in a casket. Just
God
Amen.
because of
bless
one
you, Ify. I
virus.
second
Amen.
that. God
Let
bless
us
you.
not be
Amen.
Amen.
one of those parents.
Amen.
Amen. That
Let
is
us
our
not be
prayer.
one of those parents.
No
There
parent
is
will
no
be happy
justification for
having
this.
this.
And
But what you are saying,
let me tell you one thing you need to know. I'm speaking for Ify and I, and everybody knows me. My profession as an anesthesiologist, I'm proud of it. Ekene, none of my patients walk in to have surgery because they want to. Even the fifth
you are
part,
the one that
even the
brought this
hold on,
up. You are the one that
Ekene,
is saying that most of some of the patients are on
hold on,
medication.
wait. Hold on. I
And then I
have been
mention it becomes a taboo.
no, no, hold on. I have been blessed to take care of people who are in in high position, and I'm not going to mention that here. The point I'm trying to say is when it comes to medical health, forget your status, whatever you think you are. No. So be careful what you say.
So I don't know the argument here. The
The
argument
argument is when you make the comment that you're better than people on PsychMed, you're not better than them.
no, you asked me a question.
Are we
You
going to
asked me
stay
a
with
question.
Kenel
You push
Lena
an
for the
agenda,
rest of
and
the
I'm telling you
hours?
that the difference is I have not been evaluated of mental health challenges. That is the difference. You can't tell me that that I have mental challenge, whatever, when I don't have one. That's
Let me
different.
tell you the difference. The difference
That's
between
different.
you need to realize is that people have
Do you understand?
people
So
go
what
through
we
a
are saying
lot
in
in
essence,
life.
I don't know why you guys want to push it to be an argument when
No,
we
we are
all
pushing it
agree
to an
that
argument
there
because you
should
said
be
that
an
everybody
amendment, there
should
should
own
be a
an
set of
assault.
regulation
No.
on how to handle guns. But you just want to take guns out of people that should have it and give it to the criminals. That is where I disagree with you.
Will you stop this propaganda?
Would there
Nobody wants to take
would there
people
be a
gun away.
regulation? Should there
What
be
are
a
you talking
regulation?
about?
Yes. So what is the argument here? Because Man of Prestige was the one trying to push this to become an argument. We all agree that there should be a
Can I
regulation.
just ask you something now? I asked you a simple question. Do you believe in gun reform?
It
And you
depends
said
on what
yes.
reform. It depends on what reform you're talking about.
And
You have to define the reform.
let me
Then I
ask
will
you
now say
something.
if I agree or not.
Do you know the difference between you and Uncle KJ? Uncle KJ will come out and say this is where he stands.
Okay.
You want to have your cake and eat it, and we
No,
all
no, no, no.
can.
You don't just ask me if I believe in gun reform. You have to state what
I'm
you
asking
mean
you
by
now, do you
reform.
believe in gun reform? Is a
The
yes or no
ingredients.
answer.
What are the ingredients?
No, Ekene, do you believe in gun
I say
reform in America? Yes
what
or
are the
no?
ingredients? What should be the ingredient?
Okay, Adama, explain to him at least three categories:
You
assault
don't have,
weapon, background check, mental. Just give him three criteria.
But
Maybe he can answer one.
he said he believed in what you just said, man of prestige.
yes. So I don't know where the argument is coming from. I'm still insist
No,
that
Tope,
when
he
it
didn't
comes to
say that.
gun,
Okene said that he believes in everybody having assault weapon because the criminals have it. He wants them to have the AR-15 just like he does. Whether if the criminals can have access to it, he wants the same thing in his home because he doesn't believe in a revolver or a magnet. This thing, I'm not. Let me. That my story, please. He doesn't believe in that. So the point I'm trying to make is, I can take a stand. You cannot categorize yourself as a criminal
if
because
your
I
definition
know
of
you
gun
will. You
reform
can't.
if your definition of gun reform is to take away assault gun from people and leave them with short rifles and give it to criminals, then I disagree with that. But if your gun reform is to make sure that whomever that comes for licensing is mentally fit to handle the gun, and the background check is clear, devoid of any form of felony or crime, then I agree with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
But saying that people should be limited to all of sort of toy guns is what I don't really know.
All right, thank you
I
so much.
disagree with
I
that.
really appreciate your input.
But if you
You know
can
one thing I
control
love
it
about
from
you.
the criminals, making sure they don't have it, then I will agree with you.
You know one thing I like about you? You stand for what you stand for, and I just love this segment. We agree to disagree respectfully.
Exactly.
So I'm going to go to Uncle Jonaba. Uncle Jonaba, I apologize for taking us so much time. You're next, sir.
All right, thank you. It's no problem. When it comes to all this gun issue in America, it's not starting today. We should not allow politicians to play game, choose and pick. The whole idea why carrying gun in America become second amendment is beyond self protection and your family. It is because of invasion of America by foreign entity or foreign national, or in case of if they overpower the army, the citizens should be able to defend themselves. That's why it has been so difficult with an NRA, with the politicians to be able to cut it out from them, because behind the closed door, after all the political or after a gunshot in school, in the mall and the other places, after many casualty, you see that even the president and all of that is very difficult for them to come to agreement. In Texas, for instance, you do not need license to carry gun here. It's open carrier. So you can walk into a restaurant, somebody is carrying gun. You can walk into the mall, somebody is carrying gun. So we all agree that some of this rifle should not be carried just like that. But then another thing can they make, which is not too common here, is that why should I have a shotgun and my enemy carry a uh, an uh,
Rifle.
assorted weapon, for instance. So why should I be like me on the past? I support not taking it back home, but the area I want all Nigerians to carry gun. All Nigerians to carry gun because it's in
And Uncle
Nigeria.
Jonaba, I really support you on that. I really do.
Yeah, it's in Nigeria that when you go to police to report, they will go left. When
Adam
you
and
go, when you
Jonaba,
tell,
how can you support that? A country
I'm explaining where
where they
now.
won't taste, where they won't test.
I'm
You're complaining about
explaining why.
testing
I'm
people and
explaining why.
assessing people in America, and
No,
then you want to die in Nigeria where you
no,
can't
wait.
test people.
I'm explaining the reason.
Tokwe,
Wait, if you
sometimes you have to make hard decisions to get things
when you
in law
call
and order,
police
and it doesn't
when
have to
you
sit well with everybody.
yeah, when you call police in Nigeria for any reason, if at all they even pick up the phone, if you tell them you are in north, they are going to south. They are not coming for your rescue. So, and we need a discipline whereby things in order, and all the Nigerian will calm down. But bringing it here, I think the emergency team, including the police, they respond as quick as possible. Should be a limit of when we talk about gun reform, like there should be background check. There should be all the health issues consider where somebody is capable of making a good judgment when to pull the trigger. So we can talk about all of that. But to say they should take a certain weapon, the reason why I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it's very difficult and it will continue because it has been like that from their forefathers and they use it politically whenever it's needed or depends on the state. So it's all about maybe some states are liberal, they preach it, they say take it from people, and then the criminal can go to the next state where it's available to them, the loophole they can use and grab it. It's too common we see armed robber here going to people's house, but sometimes they go to the bank and all of that. In most cases, they have bulletproof over there by their counter. Some places, some don't. Depends on the crime rate in that area. So in school, the school should have a better protection for the student. We should be pushing of that. That the school have a lot to do to make sure they pass through gun detector stuff to go into their class to through the door they go if they cannot search their backpack because of the time and all of that. But then they should push the politicians to make sure that our children are safe. But it's not. I'm not in support of taking gun from people's hand because I don't want the gun in the bad guy's hand and I don't have. But then we should consider the mental health as I summarize it. But in Nigeria, I want all Nigerian to carry gun. Thank
I
you.
support you, Uncle Jonab. I do. I really support you because the only thing that I don't know is the problem I have with carrying gun in Nigeria, and I've said this before. We do not have a way of identifying people in Nigeria, so that's my biggest problem. So someone and the criminality going on there, it is just beyond me. So someone that is used to doing things the proper way, Is but I support you. Everybody has the right. If you want to carry, go through the process, do your background check, everything. Just like Kenneth said, if you pass it, you get it, you're entitled to carry it. I believe Nigeria should do that because it will make you, before you open your mouth
Yeah.
and get involved in people's matter, you evaluate yourself.
Even before the police or the legal thing,
Thank you. Show up.
all
You
of
will
them
mind
do,
your
they
business.
will know that the country belongs to everybody, not the all
Thank
the
you. They will,
little
they will,
thing.
they will, they will
They
shut
send
up
people
their
to
mouth
come
and
and
mind their
harass you. You are
business.
vulnerable student walking on the street. You are innocent as you can be, and somebody simply because they carry gun, they can harass you. They can do anything. If everybody is carrying gun, everybody will respect their boundary, and that
Yes.
is it.
I believe that because I believe that this is my own opinion. Nigerians are so nosy. They do not mind their business when they need to mind their business. Everybody's business is their business. What is pertaining to them, they won't focus on it. It's always someone else's. So, yes, when someone else, if you know your neighbor is a crazy person and he has a gun, before you go tell him something, you evaluate yourself before you go say something. So, I believe in that so that everybody, we
Even
are
in,
all
I'm
on the
not
same
cutting you
level.
short, even in Texas here, the reason why, of course, that once in a while we have all those things play out, even where the state where they have a strong gun law. In Texas here, there's what is called stand your ground. If my neighbor walk into my
Driveway.
yeah, walk into my within my boundary of my own house, we all know where we cut grass reach. If
Mm-hmm.
you are aggressive too much, police will pick you out from there. That's all. Because everybody should mind their business. So it keep people calm. You don't see so many apart from the mental, all of those who go and do. In Texas here, as much as everybody carry gun, everybody respect their boundary. Because sometimes it's not about even carrying gun, it's who pull the trigger first.
Yes,
So
it's
if
about who put the trigger forth.
so
And when you have a lot of Nigerians with this entitlement mentality, they feel so
yeah.
entitled. Someone else's
Yeah.
things, they will carry it in their head like it's their own.
Trust me,
Mind
even
your
the
business.
politician will not eat their money like that.
I'm telling you, oh, Uncle Jonaba, you just made my
Even
day
the
with that your
politician will
statement.
not eat their money like that. Even the no, everybody will sit right. In this, we need gun in everybody's hand as much as they can afford. Nobody no let gun pass through your ear one time, then you know that
You
this
was
is
oh, Dexter, welcome to the show. I'm sorry. Welcome to the show. Could you please unmute, sir? Welcome to the show, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Welcome, Dexter.
Yeah, thank you. I'm enjoying the discussion. Um, yeah, what do I have to say? Well, um, I think everybody has spoken very well, basically, both for and against. What I'll say is, I used to have this friend of mine that used to always say that whatever you get in life, if you want to keep it, don't forget how you got it. If you get independence, don't forget how you got your independence. If you stop doing the things that gave you independence, then what will happen is that you will lose it. You will lose it. And so I can't blame the Americans saying that they want to keep their guns because they have got independence before, and they know what they did to get it. Okay, so if they lose those guns, then the truth about it is that the basis of their independence is questioned. So I can't blame them when they say, oh, they want to keep their guns, because it was those guns that enabled them to fight off the British. You know, unfortunately, in Nigeria, we really don't. Our value system in Nigeria is very poor. So basically, maybe we don't really understand what it takes. If not, if we do, we will not be, we will not really be arguing against their stance against this. That's what I would say basically, because they fought to get those guns. They fought to get it, so might as well keep it if it's what guarantees them their independence. So that's my take regarding the whole gun shenanigans. That's what I'll call it, gun shenanigans. yeah, for now, that's my take on the Oshomole issue. Well, I'm not really going to talk about that. It just shows the quality of the quality of choices we make in Nigeria. That's what I'll say. You know, if that's the level we are at, you know, then that just shows the quality of choices we make. So it's a reflection of our true society. And until we decide to consciously decide not to be mediocres, then I'm sorry, we'll remain where we are. There's no beating around the bush about that for me. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Desta. I really appreciate your input. You're someone I've listened to, and when you speak without emotions, and I relate with a lot of things you say. It is what it is. People don't need to agree. When what people don't like, know I like about Ekene and Uncle Jonah, about the men that come into this forum. Ify is my sister because I've been with her on other platforms. She's just Tokwe and I, right? And Uncle, these are people I know their views. And Dexter, you're someone, you speak without emotions, you're raw. People don't need to like it. But one thing I've come to find out about Nigerians, they don't like hearing the truth. And we have this entitlement mentality, like I said, entitlement mentality. What needs to be their priority is not their priority, it's always something else. So until we start focusing on what matters, we ain't going nowhere. So we can talk. When it comes to putting it in action, coming together, none of them show up. They talk a lot. When you say let's implement it, none of them will show up. They are good at talking. So I believe it. And there's something in Igbo has a lot of them. That's why I don't engage in a lot of conversation with them because they believe they talk a lot, but implement it, they don't. So I really appreciate what you're saying. Electricity, could you please play the next video and let's go to the next topic? Thank you, sir.
You do not have to make room in your...
Yes, that was the right video you're playing. Could you play it, please?
You do not have to make room in your life for people who wish you harm. Please do not ever apologize for existing or for taking up space in the world or for having a well-considered opinion. And I say this particularly to women whose socialization teaches us, to shrink ourselves, as though our responsibility is never first to ourselves, but always to others. And we end up sometimes feeling guilty for wanting the things we want, for wanting to be our own selves first. The messages that society sends us can be conflicting. That tension between telling you to value yourself, that you matter, and then that other message that tells you to put other people first and to serve. It is possible, it is necessary that you find a balance between the two, but you will have to figure it out yourself. You do not have to make room in your life for people who wish you harm. Please do not ever apologize for existing or for taking up space in the world or for having a well-considered opinion. And I say this particularly to women whose socialization teaches us, to shrink ourselves, as though our responsibility is never first to ourselves, but always to others. And we end up sometimes feeling guilty for wanting the things we want, for wanting to be our own selves first. The messages that society sends us can be conflicting. That tension between telling you to value yourself, that you matter, and then that other message that tells you to put other people first and to serve. It is possible, it is necessary that you find a balance between the two, but you will have to figure it out yourself. You do not have to make room in your life for people who wish you harm.
The next one, please? Thank you.
Do not ever apologize for existing or for taking up space in...
ìyàwó oríṣi méjì lọkùnrin lè ní ẹ fetí gbọ́ràn sílẹ̀ ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ you cannot have it both ways. Number one, traditional wife, ìyàwó tó máa síńjẹ lálálẹ́ tó máa gbọ́ràn tó máa submissive ẹ̀yin lè máa sọ gbogbo wọlé ìyàwó yẹn deserves to be home taking care of the house, or any iṣẹ́ tó bá ń ṣe keep the money for herself. If you want a traditional wife that cooks traditionally, takes care of every single thing in the home, is the one that bathes the children, is the one that feeds the children, is the one that goes to the market, is the one that blends the pepper, and does everything while she's, muted and quiet and humble and submissive, she's called a traditional wife. You're the head, you pay all the motherfucking bills. No motherfucking negotiation whatsoever. You want the woman that is going to get up at the crack of dawn with you and go to work while you go to work and come back living like you. That's a partner. So yeah, that is a partner. We cook together. We take care of the children together. We pay the bills together. So I don't say bushel. Èmi àti ẹ̀kọ́ partners ni wá. Ṣé yẹ tó bá jẹ́ kí mò ń lọ bí jẹ́ tó ṣe kí mi náà sọ lára wọlé tó bá rẹ̀ mí jù wọ́n náà ṣe ń jẹ. Pàṣẹ máa ṣe nìyẹn tí bá ṣe ní ìwà ṣe lọ́la lágbà ẹ̀jẹ̀ Jésù tí mi bá mú àwo ìwà mú oúnjẹ tí wọ́n bá mú oúnjẹ wá tí ní táìpà bá ṣe ṣe nìyẹn. Pick my motherfucking side. You don't get to have a modern woman like me that goes to work and makes more money than you and you want traditional treatment. Absolutely not.
Tope, I'm going to start with you next because I understand what she said. Please, could you please explain to our panelists, for those that don't understand Yoruba, but I think she was clear, the difference between a modern woman and a traditional woman. So the question is, what makes a woman tradition and what makes a woman modern? So that's the question of the day.
Well, she basically translated everything, analyzing who a traditional woman is and who the modern woman is. Long and short, the traditional is the woman is the home maker who cooks, laundry, takes care of the kids, takes care of her husband, the laundry, and just basically taking care of the home will be the traditional woman. The modern woman.
So here in America, we'll call them homemakers.
Yes.
So are you saying they are homemakers?
Yes. They are the homemaker. The modern woman works, is a corporate woman who does 8 to 5, joins in the bills, splits, involves herself in the split system with the spouse in the home. They share bills, they share the chores and basic responsibilities in the home. What she was trying to explain in Yoruba setting is in Yoruba was that she doesn't understand the fact that she has to be a modern woman working, paying bills, and you still expect her to come back home and still do the chores and all those responsibilities. So she's saying she can't be involved in the split system and also be a traditional woman. That if you want a traditional woman, then pay the bills. Basically, that's what she's trying to say.
All right, so Tope, you know what I like about this segment? People tend to forget that this is a segment about an Igbo woman and a Yoruba woman. And that's why I love this video. This is the only platform where you can see the two coexist. We argue, we don't agree on everything, and we enjoy it. And we have so much love and respect for each other. Now, Tope, I want you to be honest. What kind of woman are you? Are you a modern or traditional woman?
Absolutely modern. With due respect and full disclosure out there, I don't want anyone judging me. I can't remember the last time I cooked. It works for my husband and I still had beans. I told you earlier on, I had beans and I think with bread and plantains this morning. I shared with his meal and he made everything. I just can't I can't imagine how life will be if I had to be a traditional woman living in the United States with the responsibility I have to deal with my baby, the house, my job, and then you still expect me to come home and do all the cooking and all that, and while you sit down and watch soccer and have a glass of beer, in front of the TV while I serve you. The traditional woman will actually serve her husband. There's nothing wrong with it, no judging, but I just don't see how that will work for me. It works for me being a modern wife and having an understanding husband. I must say he cooks, he cleans the house. He doesn't stress me on that. He understands that I work too and that my child is a handful. And I think in a marriage, that support is really needed and important. I'm definitely not the traditional woman. No.
Thank you, Tokwe. So let me make our viewers who are listening to you. Tokwe, you grew up back home, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when we say grew up back home, was your high school and college here in the United States? Is a yes or no? I know it's a no.
It was a mixed.
Yes, it's a mixed. Thank you.
Yes.
And I appreciate you saying what you said. Okay, for me, Adama, I grew up here in the States. All my parents, my mom at her age is not a traditional woman, and my dad is not a traditional man. So, and I say this to say this. They say you're a product of your environment. My dad at his age still washes dishes, still does all this romantic stuff with my mom. And I am the only daughter of four brothers. I'm the only girl, and I am not a traditional woman. Have I? Yes, I've been to Nigeria so many times, including my kids. I'm a career woman, and I'm proud of where I am. And I married a career man as well. He's a surgeon, so it works for both of us. So both of us know where we are in life, and I'm happy where I am. The balance is we complement each other. And I'm not shy to be who I am because he allows me to be who I am. But at the same time, I want to learn from women who are traditional women what it takes to be a traditional woman. When you have in a society like America, Europe, everything here you pay for it. Nothing is given to you for free. Daycare. I have a daughter going to med school the fall. She's when I had her, I had the luxury of my mom did not come for a mogul. She's not that mom that comes for a mogul. She didn't do that for just me or her children. So she's a woman that believes you have your children, take care of it. Don't call her, figure it out on your own. And I'm glad she did that for us because they don't interfere in our personal life. That's my parents. Are all parents Igbo parents like that, like my parents? No. But at the same time, not all African men can handle modern women. When I say modern women, a woman that has a career, she knows what she wants, regardless. But at the end of it, the only part I don't like, I see trending with this Gen Z and this people coming up, this generation coming up is when they come out and say, "Oh, I pay my bills, I do all this, I don't need a man." You need a man. God did not create us for us to be alone. God created us for us to have partners, someone you can spend the rest of your life with. I enjoy having a man in the house. At the stage in my life, my two children are grown. It's just me and my dog. And Tokwe knows that. People that know me, my dog is spoiled just like my child. And you find yourself at this age, you're an empty nester with this big home, is just you. It works for us in the sense that we both know each other. But at the end of the day, there is one thing I want to tell our viewers: true happiness and being who you are is what matters. Turn off the outside noise. If you know the person you marry to from day one, if you marry a traditional man, a modern man, whatever works for you, be you. Do not change who you are to fit in. And that's why I like what Chimamanda said. We tend at times, for me, who grew up here, I struggle with not fitting in the Nigerian culture because I'm seen as, oh, Adama grew up here, she's not traditional enough, she doesn't know this. I've been labeled so many things, but the older I get, I don't care what you think of me. Adama knows who she is. I am more tradition than a lot of women. People who know me will tell you that about Adama. But because I'm opinionated and I'm educated and I'm in the field I am, which is a field dominated by men, and I'm proud of it, and married the person I married, I'm not shying away from it. But at the end of the day, we need to embrace who we are, regardless of traditional, modern. What matters is the two of you, what you're creating. From my own experience, if you know who you are and you don't question it, trust me. Stay focused, be determined, because you need to realize one thing: the children you're raising here in the diaspora are looking up to the both of you and not people outside. So if you cannot create a solid foundation for your children, whatever the outside people say, trust me, it doesn't matter. And that's one thing that is so important for me. My daughter, where she is today in life, she's my best friend. And at the same time, she gives me this balance of telling me, Mom, I know the sacrifice I made to get to where I am. And I don't owe anybody any explanations, any apology for being who I am. And I thank you, Tope, this video for being yourself. Let's encourage our women at the end of the day, including our men. I always say something on this platform. Our African men go through a lot. In a culture where men are required to do A, B, C, D, E, F, I didn't grow up in that culture. My mom contributed, and that's how I grew up. So I believe in a woman carrying her weight and a man carrying her weight. But at the end of the day, the man is the head. So you have to submit yourself as a woman. If you're not ready to do that, no matter what position you hold in the society, you come home to a man at night. So for me, we need to have this conversation. Let's keep an open mind. Don't judge anybody. You don't have to agree with what they say, but let's learn from one another. Thank you. Man of Prestige, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting topic. So, what we are talking about, the traditional women and modern women. Okay. Um. So we try to come. I'm going to compare their impact on the society whereby we live. And I'm going to use myself or my family as part of the example. To denote what I'm trying to say. So throughout history, as we all know, women are traditionally, women are expected to be traditional women. But in recent time, I don't know when that started, maybe decades, women, I mean, there has been an involvement among women, significantly, from the traditional woman to what we consider to be today to be a modern woman. So that's where we are right now. So what am I trying to say? So the traditional women, in a nutshell, they're supposed to focus on domestic duty, raise their children while the men go out and provide. That's more of, a traditional woman. I mean, that's part of what the traditional women is supposed to go, while their men go out and pursue their career. Normally, they don't pursue career that much, but if they do, it will be, I'm sorry, if they do it, it will be at a minimum. It will, if they do, it's going to be at a minimum level. So that's basically, stay home, cook, take care of the children, we go to soccer and all that kind of things, like you have it in America, take the kids to the soccer game and some other things, that's definitely, but like I said, there have been a significant involved, revolving, when it come to when it come to women, like we have it today. So that's where we come to be a modern woman, and that in that area, I mean, the modern women, prioritize their, their career over staying at home and everything. I mean, they can combine both of them, but their main focus, is to, expand their career, whatever their ambition goal is. So they look at things and things supposed to be equal with their men, I mean, maybe that's a delegation of duty whereby they say the men do this, the women do this. For example, myself, I have 4 kids, which is a lot compared to my other sibling, and I'm blessed to have, 2 boys, 2 girls. And my last one is the one that just, I mean, she's only 16, but she's in college. So she's the one that started college this year. So most of my kids, they're in their 20s. So I started having kids when I was when I'm in my early 20s. I'm in the 50 right now. So the other 3 are, pretty much above teenage level. Well, one of them is about 19 right now, but the other one is 16. We just started the college. So I'm pretty much blessed. My wife is more of a modern woman in all capacity. She's a feminist, not just a modern woman. She's a feminist. She's an academic. She's into school, a professor. So, um, and I respect her for that. We knew about the challenges. That we plan our life together because we both met in college. Actually, we met in graduate school. So we decided to. That's immediately we got married and we started having kids. So I've been married for close to. It's going to be 23. Actually 23 years. I think it's in October. I'm sorry. Every time, how me we tend to forget when we get married. I don't want my wife to hear me, but I'm in my office, so she's not gonna hear she's not gonna hear me like I'm guessing, trying to remember when I'm gonna be 23 years married. But anyway, yeah, that's where we are. And I mean, I think, in my own opinion, I think the traditional, I mean, I enjoy I enjoy my relationship with my wife, being that, you know, she's more of a modern woman. Like I say, she's not just a modern woman, she's more of her in the Chimamanda, category. Although she knows Chimamanda, this book, so, but she's in that category, when it comes to that. So I enjoyed our relationship,
So, man of prestige, what kind
yeah.
of man are you? Are you traditional or are you modern?
Oh no, I'm definitely a modern man. Believe me, I can go wash dishes. I can take care of the grass. It don't bother me. As far as I do what I do what yeah. I wash dishes. I put it in the I put it where it's supposed to be. I let it wash or that. Yeah, I cook, but not that I like to. I can cook, but I don't like to cook all the time. So my wife understood, and she loves to cook. She's more of those people who stay 24/7 watch the TV network, so she can do any kind of cooking. So both Nigerian and American food. So she's an expert. She loves to cook. Let me just put it. And I like to watch ESPN. So that's it.
Okay.
Yes, that's the
Thank
economy we
you.
have in our marriage. But anyway, yeah, I'm more of a modern man, and she's a modern lady. So that's where we are, which is what I like anyway.
All right. Thank you, sir. I really
Hmm.
appreciate you being honest. I'm going to go to Righteous Man, Righteous Man, my uncle, the Righteous Man. Then Ekene, I'll come to you, please. He's calling in he's joining us from Nigeria. Uncle Righteous Man, are you there, sir? Righteous Man? I don't think he's there. Ekene,
Okay,
I'll go to you, sir.
thank you. When I saw the topic, modern and traditional woman, I was like, what do you mean, modern and traditional? So from what some of you have said so far, I think I now understand what you mean by modern and traditional woman. And my question is, who told you that our mothers then in the olden days were not your definition of modern woman? Hmm? Because then you and I believe that there are, or that we are little of white collar job then. Basically, most of them grow in the village, right? And in that village, I think their major source of income then was agriculture. And all of them were very industrious. Most of them were in farming, be it going to the farm to cultivate the land or rearing of animal. So they were very productive. So also their husband. And from there, they were able to get their livelihood, get food on their table. The woman still know her position as the wife of, in the house, cook for her husband, And you know that then some of the men even marry more than one wife. So cooking wasn't a problem in the house. Now, fast forward it to the modern days now. Yes, I personally, cooking is not a big deal for me because I don't like eating out. Matter of fact, if I eat your food, I must find out one error that maybe you don't know how to cook. If I eat in a restaurant, it's not always as delicious as the one I cook. So personally, I love to cook. Even when I go to work, come back, sometimes before the pandemic or whatever they call it, COVID nonsense, coming back, I will remember there's this delicacy that I want to cook. Before you know it, I will branch at the farmer's market. If it's midnight, I will branch at the what they call it, Walmart to get some things. While my wife and the kids were sleeping, I will get to the kitchen. I just came back from work and I will cook, eat, relax a little, go to bed. So to me, it's not a big deal. In short, even before I got married, my girlfriend, I did wash her pants. If I'm washing and I find out that her clothes were dirty, I will get everything washed. Yes, I do all those things. Like, to me, I don't see it as her duty, especially. My girlfriend, I iron her clothes. If I'm ironing, I iron. If she ironing, I can ask her, hey, can you iron mine too? She iron. So I love those kind of people around me, not the type that will be, scrutinizing everything. Oh, I shouldn't be the one to cook. Oh, I cooked yesterday. It should be. No, I don't roll with those people. I like people that don't see helping out as a big deal. But when it comes to marriage, whether you are a modern woman or you are a traditional woman, we don't see your type. Tire. So you have to compromise some things as a woman, and your husband also have to compromise some things so that it will work out well in that house, unless if you are calling for anarchy in that house. So helping out with chores in the house, helping your woman in the kitchen. Don't you even know that it's very romantic to help your wife in the kitchen while she's cooking? You are behind. I don't know what your dog will be doing behind your back. You touchy, those kind of things, spice up marriage, relationships, right? Those, sometimes you even try some things in the kitchen. Do you
What are you
understand?
trying? What are you trying in the kitchen?
The kitchen experience is very good. If you've never tried it, try. It's very good. It's not something that I think a house should be a place where if you're out, be you a woman or the husband, you'll be strong, rushing to go to. I mean, because this is your final bus stop for rest and relaxation and enjoyment. So it shouldn't be a place where, personally, I think husbands should be the providers. Wives are meant to support. But
So are you
sometimes
saying,
things
from what
happen
you're
in
saying
life.
now, Ekene,
Mm,
are you
but
saying you prefer a traditional woman to a modern woman? Is that what you're saying?
okay, the definition of that traditional and modern is what is confusing me. If you are modern, does it mean that you are no longer my wife?
No, they're
Does
still
it
your
mean,
wife. The only difference is
does it mean that
It
you no
can
longer
always
your
make something very
yeah,
interesting.
does it mean
Wow.
that you no longer know your position in the kitchen, or
no, 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 no,
What do
no.
you mean?
That's not
What do you
what we're
mean by
saying. We're
position
saying
in the
is,
kitchen?
cook for your
go ahead,
husband?
Dr. Kwe, go
Because
ahead.
we are saying this thing because we are in America. If we were in Nigeria now, for those that are in Nigeria, if your wife is not cooking for you and it's just the maid or the house help that always cook for you, and she knows how to cook and she's always there for you, you as the wife know that you having an assistant in that house is very, very close It's very, very close to you. It's not far. Do you understand? So we are saying this because we are in America. But regardless, we are here already. So, and that is why I say that we should find a way to compromise some standard. Yes, you are the husband, but your wife is not your maid. And again, for those that have no respect for their wives, or for those that have no that soft part for your wife or your girlfriend, please, I will encourage you. If she's pregnant, go to the labor room with her. Be there when she give birth. You will know that you're a nonsense man. In short, that from that day, if you don't have respect for her moving forward, then
Thank
I will
you.
know that you're a monster. Do you understand?
Thank you,
Ekene,
Ekene. Thank
Ekene,
you
are
so
you a
much.
counselor? What are you?
Ekene were a counselor.
I'm all
Man
you
of God,
that.
leave him alone. He's not counselor. Mr. Kandu, please welcome to the show. Could you please unmute, sir, your nest? Thank you.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, ladies. I see you guys. I've listened here and there over the last few weeks. I've just been tied up, not literally, but figuratively. And actually, I signed in before the last two videos were played because I was going to talk about the gun issue. But that being said, um, I've had the opportunity. I think there's been part of this topic that has been previously discussed. I think there was a day that you guys played a video of a lady in the UK that was talking about her husband taking 5 showers a day and this and that and the other.
Yes.
Yeah, and I say this because I have conversations with people, married people, people that have been divorced, my younger ones that are looking for, well, I don't even know if they're looking for husband or wives anymore. So, and my summation is that when the story of this generation, this time is written, it's going to be really sad. It's going to be really sad. I second a lot of the things that Mr. Kene mentioned. Because when I hear people talking about, oh, traditional wife, traditional, husband, and especially a lot of people that I see these days, at least on the female side, I'm like, you've slept with 60 people already before looking for a husband. What's traditional about you? There's nothing about you that's traditional. Those people that they were talking about traditional women were people that were virgins, not you that you've had 14 boyfriends since high school. So there's nothing traditional about that.
Mr.
But
Kandu, can I make something clear to you?
sure.
Traditional women are not virgins.
No, no,
Just
no.
for the
In
record.
the sense that I'm talking about, when we're talking about traditional, back in the days,
Oh,
No,
those
okay.
women.
we're not talking about back in the day. We want to bring it back to reality, like
No, no, no.
this
This is the
day.
reality. You cannot call somebody. What is traditional? Traditional are those people that people went to go and marry when they were virgins. You go from your father's house to your husband's house. That's traditional. Traditional is not you go, you finish high school, you go and work or go and trade. 10 years later, you get married. There's nothing to no. They don't use the people should not use that word traditional when they're talking about people like that, men and women. So it's not that they can find
So
another
what
name
word
for it.
can I ask you something? What
Sure.
word should we use?
Yeah, that's what I want.
Call it other, call it whatever, call it stone. I don't know, but people should not be using the word traditional and calling people that have gone out there and done. People can and should do whatever they want, but they should not be calling something that is not something something. I mean, when I look back at my grandparents, like my mother's father had 5 wives, and all of them he set them up in different businesses. All of them. These women, yeah, I mean, there were no house payments to be made because he built all of his houses. But those women worked. They did something. They contributed to the family. So even in the West, up until when a lot of the men had to go to war, up until 1939, 40, a lot of the women, white women in the West, not just America, a lot of even those who were homemakers did something. Whether it
Okay.
was sewing, whether it was doing something, yeah, the men took care of the primary bills.
Can I ask
Those
you a
who,
question?
yes, sir.
Okay. How do you classify these 2 points I'm trying to make? A woman who stay at home, raise their kids, take care of the kids, that's all they do. They don't go to work and something like that. And a woman who prioritize their career. Their career is more important to them than just staying home and raising kids. I mean, they can balance both, like Adama is, in my own opinion, from what she has narrated. So how do you classify them? Is
Yeah,
that
I
not
mean,
any different?
yeah,
Because you bring your own description of what you consider to be traditional woman. So I
no,
mean,
it's
I'm not
not.
I'm not
It's
quarreling with
not
that
my.
opinion.
It's not my explanation or distinction. I mean, again, I'm in spaces where people talk about things like this, and they misquote things. They put things in categories that they are not. A woman who stays at home, all they do is take care of the family, take care of the family, the husband and the children fully. They don't have a side hustle. That's a full-time housewife. And if you are, I mean, this is what I've encouraged people. If you have that, set up an IRA for that woman. Set up an IRA that you, as the person that brings in the bread, puts in a certain amount into that IRA. It's just like a retirement account for her. That's what makes sense to me. It should not just be, oh, you bring in the money and here is $20 to go and buy food. It shouldn't be that. Your wife should be growing, her own network should be growing along as just like yours and the family is. God forbid anything can happen to anyone. That's why I'm a serious, stern advocate of um, insurance policies for people because anything can happen to anyone at any time. But again, like I said, I second a lot of the things that Ikene said. I don't know where these people get this idea that women were just sitting by the side of the pool painting their nails and the husband just went to work. I mean, in my family, I have sisters that have very high capacity jobs. People should do what works for their family. But my brother-in-laws cannot be cooking because you have a job. No, it's not going to happen. But those people found the type of wives that loves to cook. So if you're okay with your wife not cooking and that's what works for you, bravo. I mean, my father, I don't think my father has ever passed through the kitchen. I mean, make you they go somewhere, make it pass the kitchen to go to where it's going. I don't believe it's ever happened.
But Candy, this is the thing. This is, I think, this missed message you're not understanding. We want you to speak on your own thing. I'm not talking about your father. I'm talking about what is happening right now. We have modern women and traditional women. Whatever you define modern women to be, and whatever your definition of traditional women is, what I am asking, the question is, what kind of women do you prefer? That's the question.
Yeah, well, I mean, as much as I understand that, I just think this thing that is put out there by people, they confuse the issue. Personally, I've been married before. I've always been, I mean, even when I go to even if I come to your house, I'll wash the dishes in your house. I've gone to visit women before. And if they happen to have to go to work while I'm there, I clean your whole house. I can't stand dirt. I can't stand anything dirty around me. I mean, I've been with people, they're like, what? Yeah, I will scrub the bathroom, everything, personally. I know how to cook enough not to starve because I'm not a guy that eats out. I'm not really a eating out person. So, but people, I have people in my family that eat out all the time. But it's because they have the type of income that can support that. And to me, even in America today, um, this issue of whether somebody's cooking or somebody's not cooking, primarily, there will always be exception to every rule. Primarily, women get the type of men that will do those things for whatever their reasons are. If I'm the chief of staff of the United States, or
Mm-hmm.
the chief of staff of the Nigerian army, are you
Okay.
going to be asking me to come into the kitchen to come and cook with you? So it is the caliber of men. And that is where I think some of these things are confusing. You want an alpha man. You want this man who is 32 inches, is 32 feet tall, but you want him to be soft. You want him to be, if
Wait,
there's a
Kandu,
bank.
so are you now saying for a man to cook and support in the chores in the house that women are taking them as soft men?
I think for the most part, those, for the most part, like I said, me, if I come to your house, I will do the dishes. Not gladly. I go to my sister's house if I if the microwave is not clean enough for my own liking, I'll go in there and clean it. If you go out, I'll vacuum your whole house. This is just how I grew up. Even though we had maids at home,
Mm-hmm.
the maid would never cook for my father.
Okay, Kandu, this is the
Like,
question. Oh, Kandu, can you wait? The
uh,
question I have for you is, do you prefer a modern woman or traditional woman? Pick one.
He said he doesn't like that traditional. I think he'll prefer
because
homemaker.
that
A homemaker
traditional
is
is
a
not
traditional
defined. It's
woman.
not defined because I I'm trying not to sound like a politician,
But
but
okay, can I tell you, a homemaker here in the United States
He's
is
a
someone who
traditional.
stays home, take care of the kids, everything. You are the one going out there doing all the work. You pay all the bill. Her job is to make sure she takes care of the home, everything in the home, and why you pay all the bills.
yeah, me personally, it will be the latter because
No,
me,
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
even.
no. I just explained to you what a homemaker is, which
Yeah,
is a
that's what I said.
traditional one.
That's what I said because me too, I don't go to work, so both of us go their house together.
Oh, in other words, both of you are traditional. Oh,
No,
Yes.
it's
nice.
just because I work. Whatever I do from home. I don't go
Home.
to a
Okay,
job.
okay, okay.
So in
Nice.
that sense, yeah, but I like a woman. I mean, this is just me personally. I don't need your money, but I like people who do things, whatever it is, whatever works for you, whatever it is that if you like doing booking and accounting at home, or you want to do it at an office. I like people that are enterprising by in nature, not for you to come and bring me the money. I like
Mm-hmm.
people to be doing something, but even in the traditional sense, part of the problem I think is how the society has evolved. You see, if a man, even if you have a man and a woman that are working,
Mm-hmm.
people say 9 to 5, and you're living a normal life, you can live a good life.
Oh, okay.
The
Thank you.
problem is that people now they want this, they want the other one, they want.
And we know we can't have it all. We know we can't
Yeah,
have it
so
all.
it's not the fact that people are working. Even if
Mm-hmm.
your wife, I mean, if you guys decide that she wants to work or she decides she wants to work, and you
Uh-huh.
support that, that doesn't mean she should be working 12 hours a day.
Oh, yeah, I support what you say. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so it's I mean, there's nothing wrong to me in this process of traditional, or I
And
mean, people
modern
should
woman.
do, yeah, people should do whatever works for them. If
Yeah.
so, there are some men that they just love to cook. If
Yeah.
that's what he loves to do, that's
Let
fine.
him do it.
Yeah,
Yep.
but me, I'm not. But let me tell you something. More times than not, the woman, not it might not be you guys or people from Africa, the
Mm-hmm.
women ends up resenting the man. They do.
They end up what?
Unfortunately, resenting the man. That
Oh.
for whatever. I mean, this thing there's so many facets of it. Is unbelievable. There are women a lot, but just by nature, the way God made us is different. It's totally different.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Women are predisposed to nurturing. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
a man like cannot be nurturing,
Yeah. Thank you
but
so much.
predisposed, yes.
Could you round up? Are you
No,
finished?
that's just no. I'm just at the end of the day, like I said, people should do whatever works for them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, as a man or as men, be careful. This thing that you think is all love wanting to, like Ikene said, I mean, if I go my sister's house, I'm doing laundry. If I pattern the inside, I go wash am. Within the inside. No, I'm not even the
Yeah.
one doing it. Now the machine they do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like we
So
said, everybody should learn to do themselves.
yeah,
What works for B might not work for A.
yeah,
So
absolutely. But be careful. Yeah, be
yourself and a
careful.
partner works for both.
Be
You guys need to
careful.
stick to
Some
what
of some
works
of
for
these
both of you.
women, if you think you're being quote unquote, we're doing whatever, some of them will resent you for doing the thing that they said they want you to do. So just be
Oh.
careful. Thank you.
Thank, thank you, Mister. Thank you, Kandu. Dexter, your next. Could you please unmute? What kind of woman do you prefer, traditional or modern woman?
May I interject, please? Is that possible?
Or could you wait for 1 second? Let me finish with Dexter, that you can interject. Thank you.
Okay,
Dex,
yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think everybody has spoken very well from both sides of the aisle. Well, which one would I prefer? Do I actually have a choice of preference? It's basically what works for you. Um, well, personally, I have a personal, um, what do I call it? My personal mantra is that women must work. When I mean women must work, not necessarily 9 to 5, but women must be engaged, because when a woman is engaged in productive work, it has a positive effect on the children and on the extended family. If a woman is not positively engaged, she ends up engaging herself in gossip. The same way, if a man is not positively engaged, he ends up engaging himself in drinking and all what's not. So my mantra is that everybody should be positively engaged and show some level of responsibility. Even what you call the traditional woman back in the days, yes, they may not have been going for the white collar jobs, but they were actually the ones that used to go and harvest the stuff in the farm. They used to prepare, process the food at home. So they were positively engaged. So I'm not really about, okay, on the other side of who should do the work in the house, I don't really buy that, because I didn't grow up like that as a child, and I don't live like that in my house. As a man, you can take care of your children. I take care of my children, give them baths, feed them. Doesn't stop my wife from doing it, but I do it and it's not a problem for me, So the man should be involved in the children's life. It's a benefit for you, for me. If a man is involved in children's lives, taking them to school, giving them baths, feeding them, that's fine. Cooking for them, that's fine. So I won't call it whether traditional or modern per se, but I just think about what makes the family structure grow and be stable. I was telling my wife recently, when you look back at many women that, in quotes, we say traditional, in these modern times, where you just feel that as a woman, my responsibility is to stay back home and just cook food, and then my husband brings all the money. A lot of times you find out that the children from that kind of setup don't actually tend to be more of the best. Why? Because the children spend more time with their mothers and they see their mothers not being productive. And children don't learn what you tell them. Children learn what they see. If they see an unproductive person around them, that is what they will learn. So if their mother is productive, then whoever they stay around the most, that's what they learn. So I would rather say I'll go for a productive woman. I won't call you traditional or modern, but I go to both productive parents. Both parents have to be productive. Whether you are a full-time housewife, you can still be productive. The woman that wrote Harry Potter, she was a full-time housewife, but I can tell you that she had more work to do than many people that actually go to the office because she was writing the book. So what I'll go for is a productive woman. Whether you're in the traditional setting or modern setting, fine. Of course, people say in the modern setting, things like, okay, you share the bills and all that, fine. Of course. If you earn money, why won't you be responsible?
Yeah, you both need to. Yeah. So in other words, you lean towards a traditional.
Yeah.
You lean towards a modern woman.
Well, yeah. If you earn money, if you earn money as a woman, even if your husband can provide everything, if you earn money as a woman and your husband can provide everything, you will be doing yourself a great disservice if you don't take responsibility. Because taking responsibility actually gives you a sense of self-worth. That is it. It's good for your own self-worth. So when you take responsibility of things, it's just like you have a kid. The first time a kid earns a certain amount of money, the kid is very happy because he had to be responsible to earn it. So if you earn money as a woman, for me, you should take responsibility. You shouldn't be, oh, that's my money. No, because when you say that's your money, of course, you've put yourself in a box, actually. That's what you've done. So you should be, as a woman, if you earn money. I'm not saying that now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, of course, you have some crazy men that will try to drain the women out. I'm not saying that the men will now say, oh, I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to do that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that everybody should, if you earn money, you should be ready to take some degree of responsibility and not just say, oh, because you're the man, you're going to pay for everything. No, not stuff like that. And of course, the man, you won't now say, oh, because I earn money, I'm not going to cook for you, or I'm not going to. No. I'm not saying that. Everything should come from free will. In today's world in Nigeria, they're complaining about how the pastors are saying, oh, tithes. Some pastors are saying, pay your tithes and do that. So what is the difference in the home? When somebody is saying, oh, you have to do this, it has to be free will. If you're a man, if your wife is working, of course, you don't expect her to start cooking all the traditional foods for you. And at the end of the day, comes back in the night, you come and be knocking at the door. No, that kind of thing doesn't happen. So everybody has to be rational. That's where I see. You have to be rational about it.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to if not now, he's just joining us so that he can he's not spoken about anything. And after him, I'll go to AY. So if not now, can you unmute, please?
Yeah, the ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Yeah, I've been listening a kind of attentively, but I think there's still a little bit of confusion. If you ladies can, I don't know, maybe because I didn't join on time. Did you guys give a detail from the ladies' perspective what a traditional woman is? Because it's still a little bit confusing to me. Did I miss that part?
And Adama, did you hear what he said? Can I explain to you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you if you may.
I don't know. You asked Tope and Adama.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Tope, please, could you explain? If not now, had a question of
yes,
what
I
the
was.
video was about, sir. Right?
I was on mute. I didn't know. Welcome,
You
Mr.
want me to
Steph.
play the video again?
No, I can explain if you ask the question.
You guys hold on. Mr. If not now, do you want the video played again or you just
I think the video will take a longer time, but maybe a summary of it can help us in
Tope, can
terms
you
of
give me
time
a summary,
management. Yeah.
please?
So basically, welcome, Mr. Steph. Basically, it's either a traditional, in brackets, homemaker, or modern woman. So the traditional woman basically will be the homemaker, handling the chores, taking care of the home, taking care of the kids, um, cooking, basically what we have from our mother's generation. That is a traditional woman. The modern woman will be the corporate woman who splits bills with her husband, the career woman who basically shares chores and taking care of the home with her husband. Basically, that's a modern women. And Adama had asked earlier on, everyone, we had gone around. I said typically I am a modern woman. I can't I've been blessed to have been married to someone who cooks, who also does chores in the home more than I do, and it works for us. That's where we're at.
Okay, thank you. You see, it's a little bit of confusing and controversial because my wife fits into what you define now, but I don't see her as a modern woman. I see her as a traditional woman. You understand? So
Good.
that's why
Explain, expatiate. Oh, did we lose Mr. Steph? Electricity? You can
Yes,
take
we
me
lost
out,
him.
and you can take me out.
No, we lost him, except he comes back before I can take you out. So we
Okay.
lost him. He'll come back.
Okay. AY, welcome. Your take. AY, are you there?
Okay, I don't think he's there, so I'm going to remove
Mazi
him.
Prince. Mazi Prince, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I can hear you.
Oh, your take, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so for me, I think everybody have spoken well. In as much as I wanted to touch the gun thing a little bit, but I guess on a second thought, I said no. Let me let it go because if I touch the gun thing, Kene will keep me here, But it's okay. It's okay. Everybody believes on what they believe. The only thing I want to tell Kene is nobody is asking, wanting to take anybody's guns away. Please.
Okay, that is fine. If that is the case, that is fine.
Mazi Prince, did we lose Mazi Prince? I think we did. Mazi Prince, yeah, I can't hear you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
I can hear you.
yes. I
Okay,
don't know what
I
happened.
think we lost Mazi Prince. Okay, is John Abba there?
Yeah.
Thanks for holding your take, sir.
All right. Um, what you guys have said so far, I think.
Can you hear me?
We lost you, Mazi.
Really? I was
Yes.
speaking. I was
No,
speaking.
we didn't hear anything.
Just stay in
Hey,
California.
Mazi
Just stay
Prince,
there in
Mazi Prince,
California till I
we
finish
can't be
my.
losing you. You are living in a tech
California,
Really?
hub
California
I
San
guess what
network.
Francisco.
happens is I guess what
Okay,
happens is I have to change my screen time. It looks like anytime my screen time out, it cuts. I guess that's the reason. But
Okay,
I'll fix it in a minute.
okay.
And now it's my
Um.
turn, right?
So
In the mean,
before I lose my thought,
ECW.
before I lose my turn, John Abba, this one where would they carry Bible and gun? Eh? Hey, is it a religion now? Is that what we believe in?
I thought they said that the Lord watched the gates, and those that watch without God watch in vain. Eh? But let it go like that. Then coming to the one we're talking about, the traditional one or modern, everybody already know my own now modern. Eh? I believe it's been working for me. And I encourage anyone who can do it, let them do it. You know, because it's always said that in Igbo, I think Adama will know this. Anyu koma million or fufu, right? You know, so meaning in English, it's when is it a P? Two people piece together, it's kind of like forms and all that stuff. Um, I strongly believe in modern, modern wife and modern way, modern marriage, modern way of living. We respect each other and we engage each other. We compromise, and life keeps going. I believe in happy wife, happy family. You know, that's what I believe in, and I'll let it be for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mazi Prince, for your weighing in on this. Is John Abba there?
Yeah, I'm
Shay, you
here.
don't drop me again, eh? Talk about Kilo Shele, eh?
You'll come after Janaba. I had called you
No.
earlier on. I think
Okay,
you
okay, okay.
you
No problem.
disappeared.
No problem. Yeah. Let Jonathan now, my Ghana. Let them go.
Hello. Okay. Wait. Oh no. Um. Yeah. You see, based on the video, the second one at least he explains some certain things. The first video, based on that, um, women play victim that they're not supposed to play. The rate, even men are still struggling for freedom in the hands of other men. Women have not come, especially in Nigerian space, to even defend and support themselves to a certain level in women class. So the notions that who should be who you are and somebody is depriving you is a fight. It's a struggle of civilization, of a progress from society where we come from to where we are, even in United States of America today. So it's not issue of somebody trying to hold you. It is what it is in the atmosphere, in the environment, and in the fighting for equalities and justice. So it's not something that men are subduing a woman or women. And come to the other second video, yes. If he go out and do everything, yes, everybody have equal to keep their home safe and do the chores, clean up and all of that. I cannot see my wife doing something like cleaning or cooking and then I just stay waiting. Maybe if she's cooking, I would love to be cleaning the house or doing other thing. And I don't know the category my wife fall into. I think she have both of everything. She can be traditional if she choose to. She can be modern if she choose to. Like sometimes she come from work, just take off her clothes, uh, change, and she go right to the kitchen and make sure we have our food. Not necessarily because we want her to do that. So that's what she thinks she does, and we do all that stuff in the house because I have a little. The kids are a little grown, so they do some chores and all. Everybody help out. I don't see the reason. Uh, why someone should not be productive. And when we speak to African space, it's a different thing than speaking in American space because the African one, some women sit down, uh, do nothing, especially if their husband is well to do. doing nothing, having a driver, having cook, and all of that. I don't know. And then you expect, how do you call such a woman? When you get up, maybe you have a shop. When you are going to a shop, you even have somebody there trying to that sell or salesperson there for you. So I think we are talking to different kind of audience here, the
Mm-hmm.
one in America and the one back home. If we are to address it here, mostly you will see that most women here, uh, they do work and they do
Mm-hmm.
support each other. And our tradition and our way is that, of course, one person say here, happy home, happy wife is happy home. It's everybody should do whatever they can do in their own way, and that does not make you traditional because you cook for your husband. And those that are good in the kitchen, like Kenny, very well can do it. It's not because they are woman rapper. It's just because they are good at it.
Just
And
call me woman rapper. I will agree, no problem.
I do not say that. I said I do
Thank you
not
so
say
much, Uncle
The rapper is
Jonava.
working for.
I do
Thank you.
not say
AY,
that.
you're
Yorama,
next. Could you
Eh?
please unmute? AY, could
yes,
you
it's
unmute?
finally after many hours. Well, everybody has spoken well. I think this topic is a very broad and very long topic. Like some people said, yeah. I think it really depends on the family dynamics, right? But um, for example, some of these men that want women to break 50%, 50-50. I don't know why you will turn down. If you agree for a woman to do 50-50, you should do 50-50 on everything, on cooking, on cleaning, on doing everything. This is my whole idea. The men that want women, that want the real traditional women, again, you also should be ready to take care of the home, right? In this instance, so what the way I understand traditional woman is the so you don't really want her to be running after money. Not that I'm not saying she's not gonna work. She could be do part time. She could work less. Um, so her focus is gonna be the house, right? If you have the finance to do that, why not? In this instance, before the marriage, the woman should know this is what you get into. Um, it would be unfair for a man to be taking care of the bills and you don't want to do the house chores, like take care of the house. As a dad call it homemaker. You got to be a homemaker. The most important thing I want to say here is it actually beat my imagination why a grown up, even a man and a grown up a woman, you don't want to do anything, but you want to get married. Marriage is actually a responsibility. Responsibility in the real
Hold
sense
on.
of it.
AY, what do you mean by you don't want to
AY,
do
please.
anything?
Could you define what you
Yo,
mean by do
I have
anything?
seen.
Anything.
Hold on. I have seen, for example, I have seen marriages where the woman don't want to cook. She don't want to. She doesn't care. She doesn't want to take responsibility. Like, okay, cleaning. Like, she doesn't believe in all those stuff. So even if the man can do all those stuff, do you want the man to be doing them? What are you gonna be doing? You know what I mean?
No, but
Because
my
part
question,
of
but this is, I think, AY, this is what I feel you're missing out. If you courted someone and dated someone, and you knew this person you're dating before you engaged her, you know that this person doesn't like house chores, they don't like cooking, they are all about whatever they are all about. So, what makes you think because you've gotten married to that person,
It will
everything is
change.
going to change?
no, hold on. So it's not in every situation you are dating a woman, the woman is gonna be living with you, right? Or the man is gonna be living with the woman. It's not in every situation. There are situations that you guys never. There was no time like before the marriage. You even like be in the same house for days, like sleeping in the same house.
You need to know this. I know, like nowadays, like if you did tea again, everybody expect everybody to be sleeping in the same place every time, right? So this is one thing you need to know, especially like if even in Nigeria, it's very common. So you can see this in some instance. Some people lie though, like they lie, like they're not gonna. They can tell you, for example, you can be dating a lady that is living alone now. Oh yeah, because I live alone, I don't want to waste the food. I want to just order food. You know what I mean? But the what I was discussing, we're talking about is the instances where especially this apply to the women. You want to order food. Let's say you are used to ordering food. Now you are married. You want to be ordering food.
The DoorDash, right?
How do you want to survive it? Hold on. How do you want to survive it? How do you want to survive it? You know what I mean? So it's actually very tough. But again, the summary of the whole thing, in my opinion, is it really depends on what works for people. But in my personal opinion, I believe no matter what, the woman is the owner of the kitchen. This is what I believe personally. For me, I can do everything. So people that know me as a workaholic. So I don't mind.
Why
Sorry,
you
I
are
don't.
going in and out?
Sorry, I don't mind. For me, I don't mind cooking. I don't mind cleaning. I don't mind doing any. I can do everything at home. But I'm not gonna sit down like the woman is not working. You are home. You want me to be cooking and put it on your mouth. No, I'm not gonna do that. Sorry. But again, everybody know what works for them. Anything that works for you, as long as it's working for you, perfect. Have fun because now the dynamics are different. Depend on what you do for work too, right? So a lot of things come to play. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your input, AY. I'm going to go to Madam Luke. Good evening, ma'am, and welcome to the show.
Welcome, Madam Luke.
Madam Luke, are you there? Madam Luke?
Madam
Oh,
Luke.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
now.
ma'am, I can.
Oh, I just spilled my lunch. Oh no. I was rushing to come into the break room to talk to you all, and my whole lunch just dumped on the floor.
Oh, we're
Oh, I'm so
sorry.
I know,
sorry.
I lost my lunch. I lost my lunch. All
Oh,
right,
so sorry to
I'll be
hear
back
that.
to clean that mess. Okay, let me go hide somewhere since I made a mess. So I need to escape.
Sorry.
Nobody knows it's me. So,
Sorry,
interesting
Madam
topic,
Luke.
man. No problem. Interesting topic. So, where do we start?
Abba,
Let's
are you a modern woman or a traditional woman?
Madam, I'm a very modern woman.
Yes, we know. We know, Madam.
Because my mom wasn't a traditionalist, my father was a staunch traditionalist, and that's why they didn't get along. And so I have never bought into that traditionalist sentiment. But having said that, traditionalist roles are only good for those who agree on such roles and those people who can be happy with that situation. But it wouldn't work for me because I like to do my own thing. I'm the kind of person who likes when I'm in a marriage, I still want to feel like I'm dating. Meaning, I can pick up my phone, I can go anywhere. It doesn't mean I will not say, oh, this is where I want to go. I want to hang out with the girls. I want to do all that. So I want that freedom even while I'm in marriage. So that's the kind of person I am because I always tell people I grew up in a motherless baby home. And they laugh. And they were like, you have a mother now. I said, no, 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 no. There are people who grew up in fatherless baby homes. And there are people who grew up in motherless baby homes. When you grew up in a fatherless baby home, it means you had no father that had any influence in your life. It doesn't mean, your father is dead. I grew up in a motherless baby home, meaning my father was a single parent. So when it comes to all those nurturing things and all those mush mush things, how to pet a man and all those things, I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry. Yeah. So even in my marriage, Any man that goes in there knows who I am. So that traditional role does not fit into all that because I'm a very free spirited human being. Free spirited to the core. So when it comes to traditionalism, that has no place in me. And I have been so blessed that I pick the kind of men I want to associate with. Anything that is a traditional flag, you can't catch me there. I don't do all those chiefs and all those traditional things. I'm not interested. I don't want anybody that's gonna put me in a box. So no. So having said that, I'm also so blessed that any man I meet knows how to cook. If I'm dating you, I'm marrying you, my first checkbox is can you cook? If you cannot cook, I don't
You
have anything to
actually
do with you.
ask Madam Luke.
Wow.
No, I won't ask you. I
Okay.
won't ask. We'll be dating now. When it's time for breakfast, I'll be looking at you.
Who is
When it's
talking?
breakfast,
Wow.
I'll be looking at you.
That's Madam Luke.
That's Madam Luke talking. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Can we
Wow.
stay
When it's
mute
time for
while
dinner,
she eats?
I'll be looking at you. If you start to tell me to go into the kitchen, I'll be like, nah, let's go together now. You cut onions, I cut tomato. So it's not a matter of bullying him into it or bullying me into it. It's a partnership. I like there's nothing like when you're expecting a baby or you're pregnant, your man brings you pepper soup in the hospital room. You see, and I'm not talking of any kind of pepper soup that is just jazzy. We're talking of he knows what the ingredients. He goes to me, he plants his own ingredients. That is the kind of traditionalism I like. Hmm? A partnership. So that when you're sick too, I will do for you. But my checkbox is can you cook? Because there's nothing like eating my own food all the time. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. So I want somebody who can cook and I can at least pass my throat and I will eat and I will say yes. This is like the food. So every man I've dated, every man I've married, they all know. In fact, they were the ones that taught me how to cook. In my current husband, that one he was the last of 10 children. So you don't do houseboy tire. And there were only 2 boys and 8 girls. So he has suffered, he has pounded yam, he has ground pepper, so he has done it all. So I'm like, yes, those are the kind of things that I like. Of course, intellectually you have to look, but the bottom line is that if you are a traditionalist, please go for a traditionalist. You cannot be a traditionalist and be looking for modern women as a side chick or whatever. So you have to go with your equal yoke here. That's the way I see it.
Thank
So
you so
no,
much, Madam Luke. I really appreciate your inputs. I'm going to go to if not now. Thank you,
I
sir.
see a lot of men here grumbling. I mean, the lady's
Why
right.
are they grumbling? Okay,
I
hold
don't
Nobody.
on.
know why.
They're not. They don't want
Oh,
to
hold on,
respond to
hold on,
Madam
hold on.
Luke.
Please, could you guys tell us why
then
you're
go
grumbling?
But
So,
was she
Madam Luke is
serious or
here.
she
Hold
wanted
on,
to
hold on.
make us
Hello,
Hold,
laugh?
then go
hello,
grumble
please.
tire.
She's serious. That's why.
Well,
Okay,
the
hold
woman
on,
is serious.
please.
What are you talking about?
I
do I
know.
have
Can you guys wait?
do I
Wait.
have the floor now?
No, hold on, wait. You guys, if you have a problem with what Madam Luke said, or you have a question for her,
Push
this is
back.
the time to address it. So if you have a question for her, you can throw the question to her.
I have a question for her.
Go ahead, Mr. KJ.
Madam, look, I'm making
Hey, can I crank you?
just well done. That's all.
Thank you. I was like going to run away for a minute.
Can I comment?
Yes,
Yes.
you
Are you
can.
commenting or are you asking a
Man of
question?
exchange.
Are you
Y-
commenting or having or asking her a question?
No, I don't ask any. I'm not asking any question because I completely align with her. Okay, so
All right.
I
Thank
was
you.
just gonna say kudos to you. Everybody, whatever fit in your family and work for you, that's good. But
Thank
no, I'm
you.
not. I'm not asking any question because I align with her opinion very well. Thank you.
I think AY thought it was a joke that Madam Luke was spilling out. AY.
Yes, she sounded like a joke. I thought she was just trolling. I don't know. Maybe she was
What do
serious.
what about her comment sounds like she's trolling? I don't understand.
Okay. Okay. I know it's just a question. I just want to be sure. It's okay.
AY,
Do
you
you have
guys
a
should not
question for
you
her?
guys should not stress AY. He's still learning.
No, no,
He's
no. I
learning
just
from
want to
elders.
make. But AY, do you have a question for her?
No, I don't have a question.
All right, thank
Well,
you.
can I make
Now,
a
okay,
comment?
I have a question. Why do you feel I'm trolling? Why do you feel I'm
AY, are
trolling?
you
Don't
sure?
worry.
AY.
Make sure you're
No,
putting it
I'm good,
you're putting
Prestige.
this into practice.
Come on,
Fear catch am.
don't be scared, okay?
Fear catch
She's not
AY.
gonna bite you.
Can I make a
If
comment?
not now, you're next, sir. Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
Okay, thank you,
Yes,
guys.
yes, Uncle KJ, you can.
Okay, I want to salute her you know, her submission, and I also want to say for the men who are not married, when we were growing up in my house, it was a rule that if you can chop, you can eat, you can wash. So once you can eat with your plate, you must have to make sure that the plate is tidy, and all of us learn to be able to cook. So washing, cleaning, and doing all that is not a problem to me. I don't even think about it. It's not even a job. It doesn't even come to me as a job. My wife is not that, that order. So I know that she wasn't, psychedelic a little bit or more, but I had already made up my mind. This since was something I was already used to doing in my house. So it wasn't like, it was a burden on me. The only soup I don't cook is maybe a goosey soup, because when I was in university, I tried cooking it and it never, I couldn't know, I didn't know when it was done or what done. So I couldn't gauge it. That's the only soup I don't cook. If not, every other thing I do without even thinking about it. In fact, I cook faster than some women. So, but having said that, if you're a man and you want to live in a home and just have your peace, what these ladies are saying, you have to take some of those into cognizance, because there are no longer going to be very few traditional women out there. Very few. Very few. Even those, some people have left their very exalted positions, gone to their villages and got wives from there. Those wives are even the ones that shows them pepper. Much more than the ones they were afraid of in the first place. So I would say, just like man of prestige said, what works for you, don't try to look at what your neighbor is saying, because some men, as come out and tell, if it's me, I won't tolerate this in my house, but they tolerate worse than they're even telling you. So what works for you is what you should adapt. And no two marriage is the same, no two family is the same, no two relationship is the same. People always have different kind of character, and the idiosyncrasies different, totally different from what you know. And that's just it. That's just it. In fact, before I got married, let me tell you one very funny thing. I used to, I'm this guy who keeps things just where I need them to be. My toothpaste, it must be pressed from the bottom, till you get to
Oh,
Oh,
the
the top.
KJ, are one of those men.
Yes,
Oh my God.
yes, it must be from the bottom.
That's
I have to use scissors to cut it.
So, so if you don't press from the bottom, you are just going to annoy me. But after a while, I need it, because my wife is the one that handles is like a mango. This and just press the between. So every morning I have to come and press back, wash and press. But I had to advise myself, look,
isn't
because
that OCD?
sorry,
Isn't that OCD?
isn't that what?
OCD.
What do you mean by OCD? Okay,
Grandma,
OCD.
what's OCD?
What's the meaning of OCD?
What's OCD again? Oh, when you keep doing the same thing, as in your brain just can't function.
Obsessive compulsive
Obstructive.
disorder.
Yes.
By doing what? By pressing from the bottom.
I believe that's a
No,
form of.
you're not OCD. Trust me, you're not.
No, I'm not. I mean, after a while, you see, that was when I was, when I was a single person. But then I had to expand my understanding and knowledge and accommodate every other person. Now I don't care whether you should cut the bottom and press it from there or from the top. It doesn't bother me. So I'm just simply saying that we all have to learn to accommodate and make expansion and cut, some of slash, cut some cheese for the other person just to operate, so that we all can live happily in peace. Peace is what you deserve, not whether the things are working the way you want it or not. Just peace in your house and your marriage will give you
Mm-hmm.
much longer life.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go to if not now, sir. Can you please unmute?
Yeah, I'm already unmuted. Sorry,
You're next.
the last time I didn't even know when my system was disconnected. Um, I don't know why you ladies believe that the men have something to say about what is it Luke or OK said. Okay, thank God none of the men fell into that trap. Uh, by
AY is undecided in making a comment on that. I can sense it.
by the way, what she said is actually true, and what I may add to it is also she didn't tell us if the men also wash her clothes too, which is another recommendation I should add to the list.
Okay, Kene already said that he has washed pants in the past.
Kede is Omara partner. You can't compare
No,
Kede
no,
and
no,
him.
no, no. No,
I
see,
don't think it makes her man up. Actually,
no, what I mean
I've
is,
washed pants too.
yeah, yeah, okay, thank God. So if you lived a beautiful
Yeah,
life
that's so funny.
and you did not wash pant and bra, something is wrong.
Look.
So
Some people just
yeah,
want to
it's not
on
it's,
this.
it's not a
For
big deal.
instance, for
She
instance,
washed my own, I wash her own, so it's not a
exactly.
big
For
deal.
instance, if can do is in the shower with the wife, and you know, the wife put the pants in the bucket when they finished taking shower and wanted to wash it, and can do picked it up and said, "Okay, don't worry, just dry yourself." Don't you think it's romantic? Eh? Does it make her woman rapper? I don't think so. It's called act of love, you know. What I'm really against is this. Look, I was trained as a boy. My mother trained me and my other brother to do any chores, any role that any of our sisters can do, especially in the kitchen. You know, I don't know if I said that before the other session cut off. It's from her growing up that I heard that she keeps saying it that the way a woman is given in marriage is the way presently men are given in marriage because times have changed in the sense that men sometimes, a young guy sometimes before you settle down may have the need to go and live with either your uncle or whoever or go learn trade. And in such circumstances, you are bound to do those chores that the female child is expected to do. So that's how I know how to cook. I know all those things. And even though we are in a different world now, I still passed it on to my son from the age of 7, started doing dishes. And he's about 14 now. He can cook, some basic foods, and you will enjoy the food. So those things is not because I want her to be doing it for a woman. It's just his own survival skills. You understand? So those are good. I do all those things in the house even now. I wash dishes, I cook for my wife, or I cook for the family, let me use that word. If she is not disposed or she's the one that went out and I'm in the house, it's getting to lunchtime, why will I be waiting until she come back to cook? Or if she went out and she's not home about five or six, and I wouldn't prepare dinner in the house if I'm in the house, waiting for her to come back and do it. And after all those things, maybe she come back later and stay in the kitchen late. You still want something to happen in the other room. Does it happen that way? That's not fair.
Which other room? Don't be clear. Let's be clear.
So we do all those things as an act of love, not because uh, we are woman rapper. So what Tokwe was saying before, my wife initially wasn't working until we had about 2 children. Now she's working. When she was not working, I still do those things in the house. I still help in keeping the house, taking care of the kids whenever I'm around. Because it was when she was not working that I also discovered there are some instances where she have to go out and I'm around. I discovered that she's staying in the house when she was not working, taking care of the home and the children, is even more demanding than when I go out to go work and make money. It's not easy. It's a very big work, very demanding. So even when she was not working, I do all those things. We do all those things together. And now that she's working, we still do all those things together. I don't know from Tokbe's definition, does it make her to be a modern woman or a traditional woman? Uh, Tokbe, can you
Well,
hear me?
In
yeah,
between.
I can hear you, but the question I have for the men is, when they say they want modern, traditional, whatever they want, how many men on this forum can handle women like Aisha Yusuf, or Okonji Iweala, Chimamanda, Tiwa Savage? I can go on and on. How many men in our panelists here can marry to women like that?
No, before we digress, please. The what I described, Tokbe, do you define such woman as a traditional woman or a modern woman?
I don't think she heard what she said. Tokwa, can you hear him? No, she's not there.
She's not even there.
Yeah.
Adama, let me ask you a question. Why did you ask that question? What do you
Yeah,
know about all these women in this
AY,
question?
wait. I will
No,
answer to her.
she asked the question.
And
We have answer.
I thought that she would
She
have.
asked a question. If you want to answer, you can answer, or
Yes.
you
I,
know, or
I
you
thought
The
that.
pass
thing
on.
is,
Oh my God!
she, okay, go ahead, Steve.
Because them answering my question would have helped me to answer Adama's question.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
The people you asked now, we watch them over the TV. You understand? We don't really know how her house is configured.
Thank you, my brother.
Take for instance,
Very good.
take for instance, if not that U.S. election campaign kicked off, you wouldn't have known that somebody like Kamala Harris cook in the house until we started seeing the video. So you may be surprised that somebody like Okonji-Iweala you're referring to, when her work is not keeping her in the office, she's in the house, may be more traditional than some women that are not as enterprising as she is. There are women that we consider career women that are more homely and traditional than some women that you think, are otherwise. I know some career women that work. I know of a medical doctor here that lives in Arizona. She cooks for her husband morning, afternoon, night. Her husband is also an engineer, and she's a medical doctor. They don't eat out, except maybe on rare occasions. The husband don't enter kitchen. Does it make her a modern woman or a traditional woman? Sometimes all these things is a matter of value system. What do you value as a human being? So that's why I keep saying that there's not really a watertight, you know, definition or explanation. It still boils down to that understanding of how you guys want to manage your home. You know, I've described what my home looks like, and I still find it difficult to, assume that my wife is a modern woman, even though she works and I work, and two of us still take care of the house and take care of the children. I don't think I still see her more of as a traditional woman, you know. So I think it highly depends on individuals, and sometimes what we look at from outside, from inside, when we look at outside, we may not really understand what is going on there unless they tell
Let's
you.
say you bought about $10, but I'm gonna pay $9. I mean, he's gonna.
For instance, here now, I know that most children raised here, in some families here, you see a 12-year-old boy that doesn't wash dishes, doesn't enter the kitchen, cannot even cook white rice. Then you see some other families that are people that are raising their children here, a 12 years old boy enters the kitchen, washes dishes, cooks rice, white rice at least, and spaghetti for himself, and sometimes for the family. So it all depends. And maybe back in Nigeria, they will then conclude generally that do you want to raise if you raise your children in America, they will not know how to do this or do that. It doesn't. There's no really. I don't think there's a watertight,
Yeah. Well, I
Ladies,
agree
I
with
need
what
to
you
step. I
said.
need to step. I need to
Hold
step
on.
away. I need to step
Yeah.
away. But can I be allowed to
Hold
say
on, Mr.
something?
Kandu. I'll let you speak. And probably when I ask this question, it will help you understand where I'm coming from. Why I threw the question, that's fine, um into to shake the table a little bit of what we're talking about is there is this perception about women who are successful are not marriage material, that you cannot control them, you cannot tell them what to do, and you just can like they cannot, like a lot of them do not qualify as marriage material. And that's why I use these women. Not saying that I know what goes on in their home, but my question is, why is it that women who earn more are in the political field or are in a high pay bracket, whatever it is, a lot of our men tend to see them as not being marriage material.
I think
Okay.
because
Uh,
some of them are.
um, Mr. If not now, please
Go
let
ahead. If
me
not
because
now, can you
I
answer?
have to.
I'll come to you, Candy. Hold on. If not now, go ahead.
If you ask me if I want to answer, I would say that it's because some of them actually are not. But some, surprisingly, some are. Some are very humble and even more married materials than some that are not that high profile and not industrious and raking in that high income. Most times, though, some of the people that are not even raking in that high income are even more problematic and more of not being if I should use the word exactly where you use it, married material, you know. So that's what
I,
I say.
I agree with Steph 100%.
Can do your next. You can speak.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. I agree with where Mr. If not now was coming from because too many times we see people on TV or in movies and we think we know them. We project and think that, oh, this person, that's how they are. Somebody can be as successful as they want to be and be a horrible human being. Just because you're successful doesn't make you a good human being. Money is a tool, is not the end derivative of anything. You know, my mother was, she worked in the Ministry of External Affairs. She worked in Lagos. She was transferred from Lagos to the US as a liaison officer for the Nigerian government. She had businesses. She built houses with her own money, not her own. She had businesses. She was supplying food to hotels, Eco Hotel, all the whatever, all these places. And we, at least during those times, we had two housemaids, female, that cooked for the house, but they would never cook for my father. So even this issue of these days, and that's why when I spoke earlier, I said when the story of this time is written, it's going to be very sad because a lot of people are going to be left alone by themselves. Even men, I think I forgot who mentioned it earlier. Even men Even amongst men, there is an hierarchy. Men know other men that this one is different. We're not all the same. So for a lot of people to think that you're the same with a man is a fallacy. Serious fallacy. Because we're not the same, even among men. For the type of men most women want, there's a cost to being the boss. Even men in a marriage, I don't know what people think. When you go out there and go and kill the lion and bring the beef home, you think it's easy? You think men are not sacrificing for their family to be the man to protect them themselves and their household? If something is happening out there in the middle of the night, are you the one that is going to go out there and see what's going on? So there is a cost to being a man. So men have sacrifices just like women make sacrifices within the confines of a marriage. So all this foolishness, which is what I call it, that because you make money, so because you make money now, I'm not supposed to be your husband anymore.
No, but Kandu, I think you're not answering the question. I want you to tell me why women who earn more,
Can I share my experience?
Hold on.
there's this perception that they are not wife material. That's the
Yeah,
question.
Mr. If not now, answered it. A lot of those people are not wife material because the money gets to their head. It's not the money, it is the attitude that comes with the money. If you now believe that because you're making some money, and I've used this example before, if I'm making $500,000 and my wife is making $500,000, if you develop a product or something, and now that product becomes a big thing, and now you're making 50 million a year, am I supposed to now say because now you make 50 million a year, you're now my boss? Because you have a product or whatever it is that you are now, or you started a business and the business has blown up. You see, this story is not going to end well, and I'll keep saying this. In other society, go and if you've ever been among East Asians, we have a lot of Asian women that are making 400, $600,000 a year that their husband makes less than them. Their husband doesn't become less because they make more. It is this foolery because you start making a couple of dollars more than your man that all of a sudden you are equal. No, you're not equal. You're equally different. You're not equal. God did not make you equal. If He did, He would have given you some balls. You're equally different. And it pisses the living daylight out of me because I have young women in my family that are not able to understand this nonsense. Yeah, go and read, go and achieve. But if you want a man is not just judged by pocketbook. You walking with your man on the street does something to other men than you walking by yourself. There is something that being a man means, not just money. Money is important, but it's not all about the money. So a lot of these women, that a lot of them, and like I said, I know I have people in my family, because you now start making some money. It's not the money. It is the mentality that, especially people who have never grown up with money, they start to grow wings. All of a sudden, and you see, character is a very, very important thing. Somebody said something a few minutes ago. They said they were at work. They split their food. They're not going to make an attempt to clean it up. They're going to walk away from there so that people will not see them. You will never be able to keep a husband. Good night.
So I have
Oh,
an
hold on, hold
experience
on, hold on, hold on, hold
that I
on,
want to
please.
share.
No, no, no. Hold on, hold on. We're going to go to electricity. Electricity, could you please unmute?
Yeah, thank you. Uh, may I address the last comment Kandu make, please? Kandu, I think I don't think Madam Luke said it in a way of she's not going to tidy it up. Now, she only said it in a way, okay, let me speak and she will address that later on. That's, I guess she can speak for herself, but I don't think that's what she meant. Anyway, whether she's going to find a husband or not, it's not in anybody's position to pass such a judgment. That's just for that. Just to buttress what Steph said, who determines who is the traditional woman or who is the modern woman? Is it because she's at home, or the homemaker makes her a traditional woman, or the one that goes to the office makes her a modern woman? Who make that determination? And also, can you reference that a traditional woman is the one who, I stand to be corrected because you've said it quite some time now, who is have not this virgin herself. And the modern one is the one who have been slept with 15 or 16 times. Like I said, I stand to be corrected. Those are your words. Who makes that determination as to, because somebody has been slept with 16 times means she's not traditional, or she's the virgin means she's not traditional? And one who is a virgin makes her traditional. Who makes that? Who give us that audacity to make pastor judgment? I mean, I've been out with women. I never asked them how many men they've slept with. It's none of my business. And some are nice people, even the nicest I've met in my life. And so we have to try to draw a balance here and not to pass judgment. Being a virgin doesn't make the person, that woman, a very good woman, or has a good character. She may have the most stinkiest character in the world. And because somebody has slept with 15 men doesn't mean that she's not a good person either, or has a bad character. You don't know the circumstances, or we don't know the circumstances that led to it. So at the end of the day, what Steph said is, who makes that determination? Who makes that judgment? Because at the end of the day, what counts most to me is character. Whether we consider her a traditional woman or a modern woman. I'm not going to make a judgment because a determination that because she's at home, she's a homemaker, and the ones that goes to the office is a modern woman. No, because like what Steph said, I have an auntie. She's late now. She runs her father's company, and she cooks. She comes home. She cooks. She cooks for her husband. She cooks for her kids before she goes to work, and she comes back and she still cooks. And she fly every year with the family to the US for holiday. So is she traditional or modern? And she runs a company. So is she traditional or modern? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves. So what kind of a woman are you? If I'm a woman, they ask me, what kind of a woman am I? I'll probably say, I don't know, because I go to work, I come home, I cook for my family. My husband gives me a helping hand. We cook together, or he does this, or he does that. So I can be both, or I can be none. Now, to go to what Kenneth said about washing his wife or girlfriend's part, I don't know why some of us find that so hard to absorb. For crying out loud, when you want to screw her, pardon my language, you take off her pants. So what's so difficult in washing her pants? I don't understand. I really don't know
God
why
bless you, brother.
some of us doesn't sit well with her.
Thank
You
you.
take it off.
Electricity, you shut down
Oh
this.
no,
God bless
no, no,
you.
no, I don't understand why.
Electricity is sounding like a judge on this part today.
No, I'm
I
not a
think
judge.
said the only me they hear.
No, I'm not a judge. I know that man will have come back with my court mentality, to go to be a headmaster. No, I'm not. But you see, the fact is, you take off a pant when you want to make love to her. And if I can do, I'm not judging you, God forbid me judging, but I don't think any man washes his sister's pant on this. Personally, I don't think so. To me, I don't think I subject myself. I will want to do that. My girlfriend, of course, I've done that on several occasions. I've done that several occasions. What's the big deal about it?
Pastor, so you wash pants.
I said,
I,
listen
I,
to
Ebiakwa.
may I
I
finish?
think saying a man of God, though.
So what? What's this? You
Even
see, this
pastor
is
don't have to wash
Okay,
pants.
okay, Adam, so they know they watch for you.
AY doesn't wash pants at all.
no.
Uncle Steph, listen.
Head no.
Uncle
Head no.
Pastor,
Papa.
you
Head
know,
Adam,
no.
I think that I
Ewa na
thought that what
dictator na.
pastor do is pray with
No.
their
Adam,
members.
Adam, I'm surprised.
You see, you see,
As beautiful as you are, if him know they watch for you,
So
go
let
where
me ask. So let me ask because the question they always throw question to us, we the men. You the woman now. Has your boyfriend ever washed your pant?
Boam, Zaya.
Pant and bra?
Yes.
Okay. So what are we talking?
Yes,
Do you like
yes.
it when you wash it?
of course, they're excited. Honestly speaking, the women, listen, I'm speaking from experience. The women are excited when they see the man wash their undies and carry it and look at it and fold it and tell her, listen, I folded it, it's over there. You see, it gives this feeling of,
Make I no wash. That
no,
condition.
it gives this feeling of, I don't know, I don't want to use the word acceptance. It gives this feeling of, it's part of being romantic. If you don't know, if we don't know, we better know. It's part of being romantic, or there's a word they use. What? Let me
Electricity,
ask.
forget that. African men are not romantic.
No,
Forget
no, no.
that.
I don't think so.
They are not
Hmm,
romantic.
I
Some, a
agree
lot
with you
of
on that.
them. I'm
No,
just putting it out there. We have women here.
Adam, are you the
you,
one saying all these things?
Huh?
I don't know. We're African men, oh.
Hi,
You know that.
why are you saying all this?
Ekebe, who
Hmm?
are the romantic?
all right,
We
all
are
right.
very romantic. Oh. We are
Hey,
romantic pro max.
Are you the
yes,
program?
Rimo, Ruonishi.
We are romantic
Madam,
pro max. Oh.
electricity, are you finished so I can go to Madam Luke?
Yeah.
Can I come in before?
Yeah,
Hold on, man. Like Prestige. I've not just
Master
give me like
Prince.
1 minute. I'll finish
Okay, go
1 minute
ahead.
or less than 1 minute. Please, like I said, this podcast is for educative purposes, for education purposes, for us to learn and for others to learn as well too. I've been in some nasty relationship, but at the end of the day, if you are able to sleep with that person at that first instance, then you're able to do anything with that person. So washing her on this, I don't think any man should feel embarrassed or ashamed in doing that because you took it off when you want to. She doesn't take it off. You took it off most of the time when you want to get to doing the business.
Hi,
Are you the floor?
Pastor. Thank you, thank you.
I don't think pastors were human being, please. Like just
Okay,
forget about
okay.
that.
Oh, man
I
of
think I would
prestige, you
change.
said you had a question, then
I
I
will
want to go
remove that
to.
pastor from my name going
Then I'll go
forward.
to Madam Luke, please.
Well, it's not necessarily a question. I just wanted to comment about what we're talking about because I've heard what everybody's saying and what kind of said. I think we're kind of broadening the whole conversation.
No,
When he came here,
man of prestige, could you wait? This is the thing, and Kandu and Uncle Steph touched on it. Why is it that our women, our men say this all the time? Our women who are career women earn more money, they are not wife material. That it gets the position they find themselves in gets to their head. That when they come home, they lack respect for their partner. They start acting like the man of the house.
okay, I'm a definition of what we are talking about, but I think it's all perception because we don't actually know what they do there, like Chimamanda, which we know, but my family know very well. So I'm using it as a epitome of what we are talking about, or some of the famous women that we know, but we don't actually know how they communicate or how they implement when it comes to their family affair. We can't really judge by that perception, but sometimes perception could be a reality, sometimes it's not a reality. So we can really make it as paint it as a brush shoulder for everybody. It's just the way we perceive it, just like when we see when we see a very beautiful man, if if you're single, you're gonna say, "Oh man, you may not be able to approach her because she's too beautiful. She's not gonna give you a time." But you never really try, to talk to her to see how she's gonna respond or not respond, because I mean, in the final line, it's just a perception, okay? I mean, for example, like me, I mean, my wife, she is a typical of a career woman to the core, okay? So let me say that, but she like to cook. I mean, I can cook like I stated, but it's not what I enjoy cooking. She just love cooking because she's that kind of person who watch 24/7. She love cooking network, so that's just her passion. So she doesn't mind coming back from work cooking. She makes sure she cooks. She cook all the time because she enjoy it. It's not that the family want her to cook. I mean, if she doesn't want to cook, I can step in there and cook, or we can go out and cook. The family has no problem about that, and we can afford it, so it's never an issue. So I just feel it's a perception, okay, because I don't. For me, typically, I can only speak for myself. I don't feel like that, until you actually live with the person, see what they are made of. So I just regard it as a perception. That's the way I see that, Adam.
Okay, thank you,
Can I
Uncle.
go? Can I go?
Uh, hold on. Let me see if Uncle KJ is there. Oh, go ahead, AY. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So actually, I think Steph has something special can do too. The truth is, I think what you are when you call those women out, my question, the reason I asked, why did you call them out? Like, I think it's just I don't looking at somebody. I don't think you can really know how they live. You can really know who they are. And the other thing is, successful women or women that are any more than their husband, more than the men they want to marry or whatever. I don't think men are scared of them. I don't think I and so here is it, right? I think money should not change your character from good to worse. If you change your character, that is who you are. I think even if you are a billionaire, your husband is a millionaire, like, you guys should be able to live together. When you bring the money, like, you feel like, oh, because I'm occupying some certain positions, you think you and I better person than the man, you look down the man. That's where the problem comes. I don't think it's the position itself. I don't think it's the money itself. I think if you have a husband, you earn more than the husband, the money should not, don't put it at the front there, like, oh, I'm earning more than you. Shut up. Like, I think that's where the problem comes. So if you are the person, like, who you are, like, you can deal with this man or deal with your wife as your husband and wife, I don't think there will be problem. But the other thing is, if obviously, if a woman is doing well, I think they should not go too low to go marry a man that is way below them, because there is that tendency for you to disrespect them. Because by the time the man cannot meet up, you feel he can't come close to your standard, that can also bring some level of disrespect. I think if you marry a man closer to you, or at least at the same level, there is that tendency for you to respect them more. That's just my opinion on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AY. Madam Luke, I'm going to come to you next. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Interesting topic, and I got all night. Somebody bought me lunch again, so I'm good now.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, so you see, there is nothing as beautiful as a relationship. be it in a marriage, a companionship, friendship, or whatever, in any committed relationship that not necessarily has to do with marriage. It's when you know somebody got your back and you got their back. The only bad thing about relationships is that people change and situations change. We've all been in relationships. Nobody's a child here. And we all know the ups and downs of relationships, be it in a marriage or just dating. And somebody's saying when you marry somebody, don't marry somebody that is down or below your social economic status. That can change at any time. The fact that you're here today making all the money due to illness or just a stroke of bad luck, or maybe village people after you, you can lose all your fortune. You can lose all your, have you ever seen people who just try to work, 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 but it doesn't look like they're making any headway? It looks like a curse. It's not their time at that particular given moment, and so they can't even get it together. So it is only a very mature person, and if you're committed and you love your partner, that you pick up the slack. And while you're picking up the slack, you won't be disrespectful about it. But I have a problem with African men in general. When they lose that status of a provider, they get depressed, they develop a complex, and for some reason, they can't even function in the bedroom because that is where their power is as a provider. That even if the woman is trying to help or whatever, some of them become resentful. They actually become resentful because they are not in the driver's seat anymore. Even if the woman even says, okay, please, oh, I'm going to work, oh, if you can help me do this, oh, it's fine. You see, because I'm at home, if I was at work, would you talk to me this way? So you see, there's a total disorientation with relationships, forgetting that it's a give and take. And who are you competing with anyway? If you do everything in your house and nobody knows what you're doing, it's when you're broke. And I tell you, because the Nigerian men, especially, they have side chicks outside that they're providing for, and that is why they are annoyed that they don't have money anymore. It has nothing to do with their wives. It's because they are spreading their tentacles everywhere. So when they get frustrated and they cannot take those extra branches, they will bring that frustration at home. I'm not saying the women out there are not part of it too. Some women, that earning power, we as nurses in this country, we have gotten all kinds of bashing. Because she has some small change. Hey, this one, oh, my dear, not me say make you no go nursing school. Go and take form and go and fill and go. If na medical school you want to go, go. So earning power has nothing to do with maintaining respect in a relationship. If you're confident in yourself, if you're an Uber driver, be the best damn Uber driver that you're gonna be. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Hold your own. So when you're down, it's only temporary. Don't make life miserable for everybody in the house because you don't have that earning power. And don't be jealous because you're not there no more. Strive to overcome your circumstances and get back on track. And when somebody is trying to help you as a spouse, don't knock them down. Don't be jealous. Don't be petty. You have to work together. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so
Sorry,
much, Madam. Look,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate
can
it.
I can I
Go
give you
ahead.
can you give me 1 minute, please?
Okay,
Just
go
to
ahead.
say something about women. Madam, look, I understand what you just said in terms of the African men or men when they lost their job or don't have money, they turn to something else. I can identify with that. But let me tell you what happened next. When I came to Europe, we were not allowed to work due to the circumstances there. So, but when I got a job, things changed for me. But you see, when I lose my job, I get benefits. When I get benefits, you see, even though it's not as much as when I will get my salary, I know there's money, a kind of a bit of money coming in. So that ego was still slightly protected somehow. Now, it has to do with us, I agree, working on our mentality. You won't see it the other way with, let's say, a citizen of a country who gets benefit or assistance when there is no job. So it doesn't really show much in their hand that, oh, there's pressure or whatever it is because they get the government to pay them pay, support some assistance in their rent. They get some stipend in their pocket. And that is where I come to understand the balance. But it's different back at home. Though some of us have this carryover when we came to abroad, but from experience, came to understand that because that man has always, most men have this, we are providers, and when that chain, that flow of money is gone, we tend to become something else. It shouldn't be, but if you try with men who are here, who are, let's say, white men who get benefit and everything, when they lost their job, it's usually not the same thing because they still get some money coming in. So it doesn't really affect them psychologically like that. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate for giving me that time to speak. I'll play the next video. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Electricity. Do anybody have anything else to say in regards to the in
Yes,
regards to this question? Go ahead, Ekene.
yes. Before I come to this country, I was opportune to come close to some top politicians in Nigeria. To my greatest surprise, the second day I walked into that family, I met the wife, who was once a senator, cooking for her husband, cooking for the house. And I was like, what's happening here? They had a lot of house help. But this is what she said. She can't allow another woman to cook for her husband. It's her husband. Even if she's going for out of country or something, she cook, and her husband was going to stay in Nigeria, she will cook and leave it in the fridge or freezers. Now, I had this wrong notion that women in America, back then in Nigeria, we tell them, oh, women in America are very disrespectful. They don't cook for their husband, blah, 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 blah. So I think I came up here with that mentality. Again, to my greatest surprise, my first day in America, the family that welcomed me, the wife was cooking. The wife was a medical doctor, the husband a nurse. Then I frequent that house, that family, and each time I come, the wife is cooking. Sometimes she'll be like, I'm going to work this night, so I have to leave you. I will stay with the husband, we'll be chatting and drinking. Then she will finish cooking, go to bed, so that when she wakes up, she will go to work. Now, that changed my perception. So when I began looking for a woman, if you come with the story that, oh, I don't cook, I don't cook, I don't cook, it'd be to be sounding like a parrot talking. Because if you don't cook or if you don't like to cook, I'm not for you then. I don't have problem cooking. But if you want to put it on, straightforward that you don't cook, so that I will accept the fact that you don't cook. What will be ringing in my mind is that, oh, yeah, your mother did not train you well, because as a man, my
What are
mother
you
taught me
talking
how to
about,
cook.
Kenne?
So,
I hardly cook, but I can cook. And I
no,
was
you see, so you can cook is a different thing, right? It's a different thing. It's different from admitting
That she
that you
doesn't
can't
like
cook at
cooking.
all. No, she can't cook. You don't even know how to cook.
Cook.
Do you understand? If you don't know how to cook and you are willing to learn, I am ready to teach you. It's not a big deal. We can be teaching you. It's even more romantic that I teach you. Said. But if you want to tell me that because you are making millions, that you can cook, you see, I think this idea usually come from very poor people. Poor people that find their way, come to America, and they start making small money. It will enter their head and then all of a sudden they can cook.
No,
You know,
I
Emeka, what
somehow
are you
agree with
talking?
What do you
Kene.
mean by poor
I
people?
somehow
The
agree with Kene
women
on
people
are
that.
like
poor,
very
the men are
poor,
Huh?
wretched people that never see money before. So when they see money now, they are not in the same class with. They don't cook. See, you'll be very
Okay, can I
surprised that
round up? I'm gonna
yeah,
just round up, please.
yeah, you'll be
No,
very
round
surprised
up.
that those women that you mentioned now, that you call their name, are actually very good at home, like
Yeah,
taking
they're
care of
very,
their
yeah,
husband.
yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But Nollywood has become what it is, deceiving our young ladies and all that. My children, as young as they are now, they've started cooking. I've started teaching them. They wash dishes. I can't wash dishes for them. We have the dishwasher, but I want them to learn how to wash it with hands first because that was how I learned. We did not have a dishwasher in my house growing up, so we were washing it with our bare hands. So they've mastered washing dishes with their hands. What I'm busy teaching them now is how to cook. Be you boy or girl, you line up, you help in the kitchen, we cook together. You learn how to cook. Like Steph said, it's even a added advantage for you as a man or as a boy that knows how to cook because no woman will do chakara for you in the kitchen in the first place. Then, as a woman, if you know how to cook, is another tool for you to hold your husband down. No woman will come and challenge you in the kitchen or cook for your husband because now we are belle, they happy, man they follow. Ehen. So if you can't
Thank
cook
you.
for me and my neighbor cooks and give me,
Mm.
don't cry,
So
you see
next
me
time,
going to my neighbor's house.
before you know it, you start admiring the neighbor, right? Okay, yeah.
It's natural, you know.
Okay, okay. I do support a lot of the things you guys said. My final input in this topic is, regardless of how much a woman earns, there is nothing like having a man that you're married to or partner, because I believe in a man being the head of the household. And at the same time, this nonsense women come up with that they don't need a man. Trust me, unless you're just lying to yourself, that loneliness is not something I think anyone wants. So we as women, we need to do better in the sense that no matter what pay level we are in, if you're married, honor your husband. If you're in a relationship, respect your man. And if you're in a situationship, respect that person. There's nothing like respecting someone you claim to love, and at the same time, I have come to learn something that men value a lot in respect than any other thing. Whether the man is broke, has nothing, there is nothing that means a lot to a man than his woman respecting him. But at the same time, we as men, we need to learn to lift our women up, support them, be there for them, whatever career path they want to be. I feel the men need to be their biggest cheerleader, and at the same time, if you work together as a couple, you can achieve a lot. That is just my own personal preference. Electricity, could you please play the last video? Thank you.
And let me assure all of you, not while we live, not while we live, anybody will take away the structure of PDP from us. Not while we live. And let me tell people, I hear that there are some governors, I hear there are some governors who say they will take away the structure and give back to somebody. I pity those governors because I'll put fire in their state.
Wow.
Mhm.
Whoever wants to start next, man of prestige, you next. This is just
Yeah, let me
crazy.
start because I'm gonna leave. So this is politics in Nigeria. You see, this is the problem when that fancy Nigerian place. I mean, as much as people said I've been to River State, when I go home, I always go to River State because I have some families there. But having said that, he did something a little bit, all those flyover, something expected, it's not anything accomplished because a lot, some of Nigerians are so docile that, if you build a road for them, you have accomplished something, which is something normal. Just maybe because I grew up in the Western world, the politician don't make any noise about the governor don't make any noise about implementing something very simple like that is expected of people. So people like Wike, I mean, you are not the governor anymore, and now you went back to your state and threaten the sitting governor. I mean, that will never happen in a sane society. This is the want to be and in want to be in in Abuja and controlling what's happening. Even at all, you help with that man there. Godfatherism that always happen in Nigeria. You don't have a right to be threatened because I watched that video even before then, and that's exactly what you're doing. He wants to be controlling. I don't know what kind of I don't know what kind of agreement they have. Before before he vacate the governorship, he appointed that guy Fubara there. Whether how many percentage is supposed to be given to him, which is uncalled for. So he still want to maintain that authority. That's the problem we have there. It's a problem in Nigerian politics. So that's where we are right now. Even the person there, that's the philosophy that when he grew up in Lagos, that's what he does. So it's an epidemic for the whole. Even in my state, my governor is worse than I'm from Imo State. We call our governor who pulls on the job. So he has taken that state very backwards. It is what we have. That's the kind of nonsense we have in Nigeria. But anyway, good night, everybody.
Good night, man of prestige. Thank you for
All right.
joining us.
Thank
All
you.
Uncle
right.
Uncle KJ, are you muted? Could you please unmute if he's there? Uncle KJ, are you there?
He stepped
Think
away.
Hmm.
it's in the other room.
Oh,
Can I let me just go there?
Yeah. Can I go now?
Come on, Ataka, you go.
Yes. You see, what is
No,
going
no,
on
no,
is
no, no. It's not your
No, no,
time,
Eken, I
man.
didn't call you now. I didn't call you.
Hey.
Can I want to use
AY.
that Joy?
And AY, you're next.
Okay, good. You wanted to overthrow me.
Man,
So,
where you guys are jumping.
even as a big brother, you can't allow
me,
me to go as a big brother.
can you just
You
keep
guys
quiet?
just jumped
Hold
me.
on. Me, this
That's why
thing
it's not hurry
we
to say I'm in the other room, Abby.
Okay, AY, you can't speak. Let
let
Uncle
KJ go.
KJ
Let
speak.
KJ go. Let
Please,
KJ go.
please, please. Uncle KJ, you're next.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think I agree with my the last guy who spoke. I think you've all said it all. I don't have any other thing to say than to say thank you so much for your time and having assembled the topic. And I pray that many more people come to your channel to listen and make amends to their relationship, irrespective of what it is. And I agree with you also. There's no set rule. You see, life becomes more difficult when we set rules, especially in our homes. And those rules, and they are, like if they're written on stone, because nothing is really written on stone. And if we're more flexible with our actions, we will live a much happier life. Flexible not because you're breaking the law, but because you're being considerate of one another. Being considerate is one of the very key to having success in life. I also want to say that even though that has passed, I just want to touch a bit of it on it. Sometimes money brings out people's character. So it's not necessarily because the women or the men are anymore, but because that has always been in them, and money only amplifies that to come out. Anybody who is not doesn't have any bad character, no matter how much you give that individual, it will not come out. The last clip that you played, that you see is just shows you how much of a jungle we live in, because that itself is even against the law. That man, you are a minister in the FCT, and you are boasting to the nation that you put fire in 9 states that are under PDP because they met and they said, look, we are going to bring our fellow PDP member to the fold. I've never seen it done before. But you see, we are living in a very peculiar time where laws and every law in Nigeria have been broken. The constitution no longer exists. The constitution now is Tinubu and what he wants. And that's what happens. I pray that God will help us to adjust quickly before we get to a very difficult time. Thank you so much, Adama and Togbe. God bless
Thank
you.
you, sir. Thank you. I'm going to go to AY's next. Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. KJ.
Yeah, first of all, so I don't know when you guys start discussing political issues. I thought it was just man and woman. But
Really,
however,
really, that's being prejudiced right now. AY,
no,
are you serious right now? And it's because of you
okay,
we are talking about this.
that is good. That is good. I'm happy to discuss this. So, Wiki. So, I mean, Wiki is just unfortunate. Wiki, I mean, does he understand politics? Yeah, somehow he understands politics. Does he have political power across some states? Yes, he does, because of the structure of the PDP. So when what he was saying, what he really meant is, I will use my structure in your state to give you trouble. So what happens is, in political party, there is what you call structure. We could control, if not more, 50% of PDP structure across the country. That is what is boasting of.
Oh, across the
Even in,
country. I thought it was only in Rivers State.
no, across the country, it has the structure. So
Wow.
what happened, right? If you go back to history after the last, not this election, last presidential election in 2019, right? So Atiku abandoned PDP and went to move to Dubai. So what Wike was doing, he was the one spending money, feeding the parties across the state. That's why you see the contest between him and Atiku was very, very tough, right? A lot of people actually felt he was gonna win, but so because of the former speaker stepped down for Atiku. That was how Atiku was able to clinch the ticket. But however, no matter what, Wike should not be speaking like this. Because for me, personally, I believe that, like they say, those whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make mad. This is the route I think Wike is going right now, because the governor are also very powerful. They gonna really fight him, because when he's putting out this kind of check, they don't have option than to just fight him seriously. So if I were him, he should just go and relax. He should just chill out and just focus on his ministerial position and just deliver to the people. In terms of Kafa work, Wike is able to deliver, to be honest. Like in River, he did good job. In terms of infrastructure, specifically. In Abuja today, he's actually doing a good job. If you have somebody that live Abuja, will tell you Wike is working as a minister. But when he's doing all this toggery, all this, I'm not a mini god, he need to stop. He need to stop, because power is trashed. Like, it's not gonna be there forever. He behaving like a mini god. He need to stop and just let peace reign across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AY.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Madam Luke. Thank you,
Hey,
ma'am.
you've abandoned me here for a very long time now.
Ekene.
Hmm?
Hi, Ekene, you are the bottom. Hi. No go there, ba. For now, for now, for now.
I really
Madam
want to
Luke.
speak about Wike.
Yeah, you will speak. I just want Madam Luke to speak. She's only
Okay,
it's 3 women on this panel, so I want to honor her that.
exactly. We rule.
Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. Okay. We're talking about Mr. Wike. Back to Nigerian politics. Unfortunately, that is one topic. Anything Nigerian politics now gives me high blood pressure. and also put me in a state of depression because I do not understand how the worst in Nigeria will keep ruling the best of us. I cannot understand it. I cannot justify it. That's why I come up with these lighthearted topics like this because it really, really puts me in a state of denial or distraction. I will say it provides me a good distraction about what the fate of our country is. But be it as it may, I cannot run away from it. We cannot run away from it. It's always gonna come staring us in the face, and we have to address it. Um, I have never seen such a shameless creature like that wiki in my life. You claim to be a PDP person, but you're working for APC. And the PDP is so helpless that they can't throw this man out because with the federal might, he will go after every single one of them. He knows their secrets. They were dining and whining together against other parties. So he has all the internal memos and dossiers. This was the man that brought Secondus, brought IU, and because of his selfish aims, he wants to bring down the whole party. Why he couldn't support Mr. Peter Obi is what I don't understand. If he truly wanted a South South president, why did he not support if he wanted the president from the southern part of Nigeria? But of course, he pitched his tent with Tinubu, and here we are. So for everything we do on earth, we are going to reap it, and I believe he's going to get his in a big way. 2027 is going to be very interesting, and I would like to see where all this is going to go. I pray that the Nigerian people wake up one day and defend their mandates and defend the country. But as it is now, it's a captured state. People like Wiki would always rule and rain terror on the rest of Nigerians. May God help us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Luke. We have a guest here, Holy Man. Could you please identify who you are and where you're coming in from, sir? Hello, Holy Man. Hello.
And about those people are sleeping.
Hello. Hello. Good evening. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I know. I'm a but I don't know how to speak a lot of English. This is my first time to show in this very platform. Although I've been following Dr. Damages for a long time, more than 10 years ago. You know. So, but I love the very topic of today, when they say married men and women. I want to married men and women. That's why I come in. Okay. I don't know whether you understand.
Yes, I'm not able. Yes, I'm
Okay,
okay.
okay.
Adama, you interpret for us.
Can I get me interpret? I don't need to interpret. Can I is there?
No problem.
No, Kene is a fool if we does not understand Igbo. But Ada will explain.
That was a big shot at Kene. Are you going to sit down there and take that, Kene?
No, it's my younger brother now. If I beat him, he'll start crying. So there's no point. Let me leave him.
And AY does not really understand the meaning of the word he used. So.
No, yeah, actually, AY cannot understand. I used to attack AY sometimes in Dr. Damages, sometimes in the comment section. I need to attack him. AY don't understand, but AY is a wise man. I love him so much. He's a very wise guy. But sometimes he don't. AY is very. AY is very easy to be confused. He can be confused very easily. You see, but I'm going. I need to pick some topic up again. There is a topic that picked me up. I live in Europe. Yeah, my name is Ugunso. That's why I put it Holy Man. Ugunso for someone that understands Igbo. Ugunso is holy mountain. I don't know. I don't know whether I interpret it well. Ekene, you can help me out. Ugunso is holy mountain.
Yeah, you are right. You're
Okay.
right.
Okay. So I live in Europe. I based in Italy for a long time, But there's that topic now that we know it's like we shout out from that topic, People, I'm here in Europe, based my wife with 4 kids, and then it's like you people just took me somewhere. Just took me somewhere where that place where they took before, the place they touched me. It's just like something where they pass through and the way they chook now and they enter. When I come out from that side now, they go another side. All those things, now the thing will just they scatter my head.
No,
You know?
please.
I don't know. It's like somebody is talking somewhere. I don't understand.
Could you have everybody mute if you're not speaking, please? Mr. Steph, I think you're mute. Could you mute, sir?
You mean me?
No, I'm talking about
Electricity.
if not
Maybe
now.
can
If
do
not
that.
now, could you mute?
Yeah, it's muted.
All right, thank you. You're good now. Go ahead.
Okay. So we are talking about something now. They say maybe when you are working and your wife is working, maybe sometimes your wife start earning something, some kind of money, maybe the same salary with you, something like that, something. I'm lost from that place. I need to get everything because I'm passing through some kind of things now when me I don't even understand. You can just be like me. They get me. You just be me like juju. As me and you
Mm-hmm.
they talk. I don't
Yeah.
understand. This is my wife that I love so much. We came out from Africa to Europe here, I pick her out from Africa. We came down to Europe here. Unfortunately, I don't know, she's not working. Unfortunately, she started working. She changed automatically, turn upside down. I don't even understand. Even I'm confused. I'm even this. I don't even know how to put it now. I'm confused now as me and people are talking now. I'm very, very confused. That's why I'm very, very interested in this very story that pick up from beginning.
So when you're
So
saying you're confused, sir, if I can better understand what you're saying, and you say you're going through what we just spoke about right now, are you
yeah,
confused in the sense that you brought your wife to Europe and she
yeah.
started earning more money and her
Not
car?
more, not even more, not even more, not
Mhm.
more. Earning, she's earning money, not even more,
Okay,
a
she's
little money.
earning money, but the
Mm.
question, if I may understand, that you're trying to put out to us is, are you trying to say she has changed from the woman you knew her to be?
The woman I know, even to cook, I'm the one cooking now for the kids and everything. Cooking
Can I
food.
ask you? Can I ask?
I will
Can I
come
ask?
back from work. I will come back from work and they cook for the children. She will go out. And when I talk, everything will go upside. I don't even understand. I just want to learn something. When you people are talking, I just want to learn some things. Maybe I may make some adjust. Maybe there's somewhere I'm making some mistake. That's why I just want to
Can
listen
I
to
say
that part.
something? Can I
I
say
think
something
I
Yeah.
think
first?
Are
Madam
you
Luke and
Yes,
are
Madam
you
Madam
Luke
guys
Luke, you
should
can
having
talk. Yes, you can
man
talk.
of
is there
president Madam
unresolved
Luke
issue?
should.
Please, what is
Yeah.
the speaker's name? What is the
Is there
speaker's name,
an
please?
unresolved issue between you and her?
Again, now you the
Yes, sir.
talk.
Yes, Tamio.
I don't know. I'm confused. When a man says confused, I'm confused.
Can I ask you a
Can I
question?
please let Madam Luke talk for
Okay.
2 minutes?
Let's
Okay.
wait. Let's wait. Let's
Sorry,
wait.
I just
So,
just briefly. What is
yeah,
the
go ahead.
what is
Madam
the
Luke, do
speaker's?
you understand what he just said?
Yes. What is the
Okay.
speaker's name, please? I want to address him by his name. I can't
His
see the
name is
screen.
Holy Man.
Holy man.
Okay, Mr. Holyman, I made a statement earlier. I said in any relationship, just like in life, and Mr. Damma has said something that we all need companionship, and loneliness is something nobody wants to face in old age. I want to tell you two things. Whatever you're saying is not unusual. It is called life. I always keep telling people can change at any time. The person you marry today is not the person that you're going to die with. People change at any time. I always prepare myself for changes. We are all here saying loneliness, this one. See, there are two types of divorces in life: the divorce by man and the divorce by God. At the end of the day, we are all going to be lonely because one person is going to go before the other. So, what I'm going to tell you, you don't need to start asking questions. It is called life. People change. You might like okra soup today, tomorrow you might not like okra soup. Nothing stays the same except change. You might want it back, but is she willing to work with you? So all I'm going to say is just prepare yourself for the fact that sometimes we're going to be alone. And I love my alone time now. In fact, I'm looking forward to going to a nursing home. If I get the best part of the deal, fine. But I've already prepared my mind that I may be alone in my old age. Because your spouse can leave you. God can call your spouse. What are you going to do? Find a replacement? So, my dear, you've got the best part of your life. Enjoy the part of the life that makes you happy and just sit down and coast. That's what I got to say. Life is full of changes, for better, for worse. You can ask questions from here to tomorrow. You're not going to get the answers because that lady is not here to defend herself. We're only hearing one side of the story. So as I always say, I can totally tell you, live your life the best way you can and let her deal with her own issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam
Okay.
Rose. Mr.
Can I
Holyman.
contribute?
Yeah, Mr. Holyman. And I just want us to better understand, and we all here in the platform, we sympathize with whatever you're going through. And you said when your wife moved to Europe that she has changed. But the one advice I have to give to you, you alone know what you're putting up with or dealing with at home. And her side of the story, like Madam Luke said, we do not know. But you know, one thing I don't believe in doing, I don't believe in advising married people because both of you alone know what situation you find yourself, and you alone, both of you alone, can find the answer you're looking for. So the best thing I can tell you is keep your heads up, stay strong, know what you want, but is a decision, whatever you have to sort out, it has to be between the both of you because no one on this panel can tell you what to do because at the end of the day, you alone and her understand your situation. So the best advice I can give you is for both of you to sit down, have a dialogue, be open about be open and truthful about what you're going through and how you feel. And like I said, you alone can make that decision. How you move forward, whatever you want to decide to do, is solely based on the both of you. I hope I helped you with my response,
And
Mr.
yes,
Hodeman.
after what
Okay.
you
Can
said,
I
and yeah, and
contribute? You guys
and to
just
me,
Hold on, hold on,
elevated
hold
me.
on, hold on. Go
and
ahead.
to have to what you said, let me tell you people something. Marriage sometimes people sometimes get fed up with marriage. They are tired of marriage. It doesn't mean that you're the one at fault. The situation is confining for them. They're suffocating. Sometimes they just want to breathe. So just bear in mind, it's not everybody's fault. But we go through changes. Sometimes we just want something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Luke.
Okay.
And then you had something to.
Yeah, I have a lot, and you guys see, my brother, holy man, right? My question will start with: do you love your home, your household? Do you love your children? If the answer is yes, I think you have to do everything within your power as a man, everything possible to have your wife back. There is no sweet wife out there. They are all the same thing.
So the
Do
woman not good.
everything. Yeah, do everything within your power to have your wife back. You know how you started talking to her the first time you met her? I don't know how you met her anyway, how you confuse her brain to fall in love with you. Please go back and reset the button. Um, while you are doing that, look out for the people around her, the people she confide in, the people that advise her, because those are the worst set of people to keep around in your home. Try to fix things yourself. You are the man in the house, and your home is breaking. Your home is falling apart. I will encourage you to sit tight. Do not just assume that she knows what she's doing or she's deliberate in what she's doing. Even if you are sure that she's deliberate, um, try to fix it. It's your home that is going to break at the end of the day. It will not be easy for you. And at the same time, it may not be easy for her, but she may not be seeing it right now until later in life. Don't give that a chance. Hold
Okay.
your wife and fix the
Ekene,
conflict.
excuse Ekene.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Ekene, you are my very good brother. I believe we come from the same place, the same Oka. You know, and I believe Ekene, you are a lover boy. Very good and fine. I know. It shows all over you. You are a lover boy. Look, Ekene, I have tried a lot for 10 years. This war is for. That's why I'm very, very interested in this very topic from beginning. Despite that you people change the topic to another side to politics, I don't believe in politics. Yeah. Anyway, I'm a politician, but I don't believe in politics now. As of now, what I go. So, but this very issue, I've been hearing the thing. Maybe women, when the women come to Europe or when women start earning money, they will change. In my life, I never even noticed that thing before. But this time around, my house is on fire for 10 years. If maybe you say go back, I have done everything. You know what is everything? Everything. But there is something I don't even understand from those women. If only women can explain all those things for me. I don't even know. They say there is some kind of social media, all these women, they gather, they spoil. I don't understand. Every time I can see my wife, 24 hours on phone, talking to some people, maybe bossing me, talking anyhow in phone, but she can't do nothing. Nothing. I'm confused. I'm seriously confused. I'm just talking this thing because, sometimes I keep calm because I have children, grown-up girls, grown-up children. 4 kids, for God's sakes. 4 grown-up children. I'm tired. I'm confused. I'm a man that I can't even, I'm a kind of man that I'm ashamed sometimes. I'm ashamed of myself. I can't even go out to talk to people, to speak to people because I'm ashamed.
No,
I'm confused. I'm just talking this thing, stress. I'm someone that in Dr. Damage's show, 24 hours, I'm in Dr. Damage's for almost 10 years. But this time around, I'm very, very confused. I just want to speak it out because I'm confused. Can I just make here because
see, my brother. I don't know how you assume that I'm a lover boy, but if I'm a lover boy, I think I'm a lover boy for my household for now.
Thank you.
But I will not want to jeopardize my household, right? So yes,
Yeah.
lover boy. I love my children. I love my wife. I love my household very, very well.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I'm not a man. No. So the thing is,
Can you wait 1 second? Mr. Holyman, can you wait 1 second? We have
Okay.
some men on this panelist, and I'd like to take our time to acknowledge them, and maybe they have some kind words, some 1 or 2 things they can tell you. I will start with AY. AY,
Yes,
can you go
I
next?
did hear.
Huh? Go
Oh,
ahead. Go ahead, AY.
okay. Holy man.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 questions I wanted to ask you. So I think you've answered one already. So you have 4 kids with this woman, 4 children with this
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one. The second one is, do you trust her? Do you suspect like is do you trust her in terms of going out? Like, do you think he's talking to men outside? Anything like that? Any suspicious?
Suspicious, yeah.
Okay. honestly, the case, what you are discussing here, I mean, there are more experienced people here, but it seems like you said you've been dealing with this for 2 years.
10 years.
Same problem. You've been dealing with all this
For 10 good years.
man. What I will tell you, let me just break this bottle for you. What I will tell you, your life first. To be honest, if you've been
Thank
dealing
you.
with this for 10 years and it's not to resolve it, if
Mm.
you can separate from this woman and you guys work together to take care of your children, I would
Yeah.
say do it. Because at
Good.
10 years, it seems there is no solution. Don't, because you don't want to like kill yourself. If you die, the woman no care, life will continue. So that's just the truth.
Hey, wait,
But
what
I
do you mean
pray
by
you guys can
what do you
hold on. I
Thank
pray
you,
you
AY.
guys can resolve it. But if that's the last option, it's not the end of life. Move on. I'm telling you the plain truth. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, AY.
AY. Thank you,
Thank
AY.
you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Kandu Kandu. Can you unmute, please?
can
Mr.
do?
Kandu, are you there?
Sorry,
Thank you so
sorry,
much.
guys. Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah.
What do you have to say to Mr. Holy Man? I know you heard what he just said. What do you have to say to him?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm sorry that you guys have gone through all of these things. You know, like I've
Are you talking
that you guys have gone through all of this stuff that you've gone through. Whenever I see a dissolution of a relationship, it pains me at my very core. Um, but at the end of the day, like the last person that spoke said, if this person or you passes away, the other person will still continue their lives. Um, it sounds to me, I mean, delving into a relationship about something somebody spoke about for is not enough background to be able to really give anyone any serious objective suggestion. Um, so really, I wish you the best because I don't know enough just based on this little stuff that was said here to be able to really come up with um, what I would consider to be a meaningful direction. Search your art. You know, if you believe that you've done everything that you can do, if needs be to move on, because as far as we know, we only have this one life. If you let anybody come and put you in the place you don't want to be, they will continue their own life. They will continue to live. So I wish you the very best. Um, I wish you everything I wish myself.
Thank you so
Thank
Okay.
you,
much,
can do.
Kandu. Thank you.
Adama, 1 minute.
Oh,
Holy man,
Yeah.
have you attempted the option of therapy to explore therapy with her? It does
Hmm.
require two willing parties, though.
Hmm. Anyway, I have tried everything I can do. There is something that I'm very confused. Why I say I'm very confused is that I tried everything possible best, even to even relate to the family, to the mother-in-law, even the thing turned upside down that even the mother, I don't even know what she has been cooking, telling to the mothers-in-law, to the in-laws. When even I try to call them, can you believe that even my wife that I'm living with in this house block my line? What are we talking again?
Mr.
Block
Hollyman,
my block my number. I can't
one
even
thing.
when I take the children to school now, maybe they told me, call your wife. We are living in the same house, everything. I can't even get her until she come back from work before we can talk. Maybe
Mr.
when she come
Hollyman,
back, I already fell asleep. I don't
Mr.
understand nothing.
Hollyman, Mr.
Yeah,
Hollyman,
You need
yeah.
therapy.
was there domestic violence in your home?
This is more than domestic violence.
What do you
Ah,
mean by this is more than domestic violence?
Yeah, when a woman can even block your line, because I told her that wherever you are going, as a man,
My
try to
question to
understand
you.
me.
Do you
My
have
question to you.
physical altercation with
Hold,
Did
her?
you
hold on,
fight?
hold on, hold on. We can't have two people asking him
Were
question at
you
the same
fighting? Did
time.
you all get physical? Were you ever physical with each other?
No, no. But exchange of words, yeah, normally.
That's
Well,
verbal
there's
abuse.
verbal abuse.
And in the presence of the children, right?
No.
See, okay, this is what I'm gonna say. You see, we as human beings, and I'm going to put this very blank, very politely. We have a problem with accepting and dealing with rejection. I don't know how any relationship, and I've never been in it, and I don't know how people function in those kind of relationships. When the moment I deter from you, I don't care if it's a marriage or a plain relationship, that I am not wanted in that relationship, I will turn my back and I will leave. I
Good.
don't know why you keep going to dig your head in somebody who doesn't want you. I don't understand it. Look at all the time you're going and spending with
Yeah,
somebody who doesn't really want you. I don't understand it.
you can't force
And the
someone
men
that
and the
doesn't want to
and the men
be
here
with you
are
to be
giving advice.
with you.
Yeah,
You
and the
can't.
men are giving advice here without
Yeah.
even hearing from the woman's side of the story. How do you people function? I don't know.
Okay.
So,
And
Mr.
my
Man,
sir, the advice I'll give to you is you need to do
thank you.
something ASAP. Why I say you need to do something like today, that's how urgent it is. I do not want a situation where someone is going to lose it and one person end up getting hurt. Because
Mm-hmm.
all these complaints you're making now,
You're
when
serious.
somebody gets hurt, all your concerns will not matter. So, and I want to tell you, marriage is not by force. It's not a do or
Thank
die affair. So please, you need to take care of yourself. Live first to be able to raise your four children.
You got four beautiful children to live
Four
for crying
beautiful
out loud.
kids. So you need to think about
Um,
those kids first.
my
So,
brother.
Mr. Steph, hold on. Mr. Steph, are you there? Could you please unmute? What do you have to say to him, sir?
Okay. First of all, for the benefit of those that are listening, um, apart from Holy Man,
Yeah.
most of what Ekene said, I agree with it 100%. And what some of you guys have said is a little bit contrary to what Ekene is saying. But because Mr. Lukman's situation had been going on for like 10 years, maybe I would say that one is now an epidemic. But that shouldn't take away the fact that marriage is worth fighting for. You don't just give up on marriage because you feel that somebody doesn't want you and I can't leave. Somebody doesn't want me. I can't leave. I can't force myself to stay with somebody that doesn't want me. Things happen. Stuff happen in marriage. Things happen in marriage. And so many people have fought for their marriage and got to the root cause of what the problem is. And the marriage became better than it was before. There are teething problems in marriage. And to that extent, I can say that it's not foolishness to fight for marriage, especially when you know that something is off somewhere, something is going astray, and you really want to dig deep to find out what that issue is and resolve it. Therefore, the idea of entering into marriage and believing that once somebody feel that become unbearable, intolerable, it means that I'm no longer wanted and I'll just walk away. That's not the mentality that I advise anybody to enter into marriage with. But by the way, that's just by the way. Coming to you, Mr. Holyman, I
Okay.
think I think that I don't want to believe that you don't really know what to do. From what questions people have asked you this night, and your response, the way you are responding to them, I've watched and listened keenly. I think that you're just looking for validation of whatever action you want to take. You already know what to do. I can sense it from your disposition. I,
Uh,
I,
Oga Steve, I don't know what to do.
I'm coming. I'm coming. And you say you brought her here, and
Yeah.
and this thing started.
Yeah.
You brought her here how long ago?
10 years ago.
And the thing started that 10 years ago that you brought her.
Okay, let me just start the story from we live in Morocco for the first time. Right from Morocco, it started.
Okay,
Right from Africa.
Okay, can I suggest
but
something?
then you
Can I
also
hold on, please. Can I suggest something? Before Mr. Holyman, can you just hang in there? Let's take our final submission. We need to go deal with this privately.
Adama,
Exactly. Yes.
can you allow me to speak? I have not
Yeah,
spoken
no,
since.
can I
So,
hang in there? I don't want
huh?
you to say anything on to him again, please.
Mm,
Just hang in there. But
Let's
let's
The
have
just
our
say
final
the wicked
submission.
thing. I have not
No,
spoken about
hold on.
wicked,
No. Let's have
because
our
there are a
final
lot of.
submission. Then we
okay.
take
You
it
say
back,
it in, you
please.
talk
okay.
about making your final submission, Ekene.
Yes. Let's make your final submission. Please,
Then
Mr. Holyman, please hang in there. We're going to take you backstage, okay? Thank you, sir. Hold on. Let's start with
Okay.
electricity. What is your final submission, sir?
You just spoke my final submission because I think the matter should be taken off
Yeah.
the air and backstage
Mm-hmm.
because we don't know who is listening. So
Yeah, go
please,
ahead.
thank you.
What is your final submission in everything we
Yeah,
spoke about
in
today?
everything in respect to what we discussed today, my final submission has to do with again those who find it difficult to wash their girlfriend or wife panties. Uh, please do it.
AY.
There's no point. There's no point. Some of us saying, pardon
Abomination.
pardon my French. You lick plates. You put your hands, fingers in there. You can wash an underpants. That is just a pant for crying out loud.
Liquid
It's bad.
plate, Ogini.
May I finish,
Hey,
please?
why?
Because please let me finish.
Please, if
This
you're
is
not
serious.
speaking, can you mute?
Yeah, this is a serious matter. We're not just here to play. This is a man, as a result of this podcast, coming to share his burdens.
Electricity, get to your this thing. Thank you.
That is it. I don't have any more thing. Thank you very much.
All right.
For you to
To
talk
Nigeria, you
about.
joined us late. We're about to close, but if you have anything to say in regards to what you've heard, welcome to the show. What do you want to say?
Welcome,
Yeah,
forefathers.
yeah. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all of you on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. I think I will try to. I didn't hear a lot, to be fair, but what if not now said seems to be quite insightful. Um, Relationships and marriages are not, especially marriages with children. One has to be careful how you look to dismantle it and take care of the issues that you have and try to preserve as much as possible the structures that were put in place. Marriage was put in place for a reason. It has a lot of functions to raise the children in a supporting environment and to transfer wealth and keep families together. So those things are very important for societies. So let's, if you want to, deal with the issues, the frustrations that I have heard, not that I know the details, but I've had a strong level of frustration. Deal with that frustration, separately and how do I put it, amicably. That term, I'm not a big fan of it, but try to be as civil about these things as much as possible, because there's more to life than tearing each other to pieces. Okay, and I think I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, to Nigeria. Tokwe, what's your final? Tokwe,
Wash
yeah,
for
go ahead.
those in the comment section and those on the platform that are men that have issues with washing panties, wash panties. Women appreciate it when you wash their panties.
And wash plate too. It's very important.
Wash
Thank you.
plates and lick plates.
Thank you.
Any
Thank
man
you.
that has time to be washing panties don't have a life, man.
Jesus Christ.
That you didn't have anything to say.
Electricity, can you put? I can't see the name. Is
You're
that Madam
throwing.
Luke Nest?
You are the one that said it now.
You're
Or if
throwing
not
things
now,
now.
can you please give us your final submission, sir?
Yeah, my okay. Before I do that, I just want to tell forefathers that he's well missed. Um, it's been such a long time, and I've missed the energy that you bring to the whole thing. And I hope that you find you've come back for real. Having said that, um, I think that there's nothing wrong. Everything that is done with love is is good, and whatever your man wants that will make him happy, and whatever your woman wants that will make her happy. If you guys truly love each other, you guys should find a place of compromise to be able to make each other happy. If you can lick plates, you should also be able to wash the plates. You know? So, so
Yes, if you absolutely, if you can lick the plate, you should be able to wash the plate.
except if your significant other said that she doesn't like enjoy washing of the plate, then don't do what she don't like. You understand? But
Yes,
if
sir.
she
Thank you so
God
enjoys,
bless
much.
you.
do it for her.
Thank you. AY, your final submission, sir. Thank you.
Oh yeah. What is it to what? You put it in the dishwasher now, so you wash the stuff now. Yeah. On the more serious note, so yeah, this was a very good topic to discuss, really. But the summary here is, I think people need to have understanding, patience. But to me, when it get to that point, like the case Soliman was just discussing now, that extended family have evolved in marriage, communication is broken, there is no way out. Don't kill yourself. I know some people will say stay there. Don't kill yourself. God
Thank you.
forbid. If anything happen to you, life will move on
Hey,
straight up.
well, hey, well,
But
when
hold
we
on,
talk
no,
about
hold
this,
on,
no, no,
hold
we
on,
talk
Dr.
about
Dominic,
the
let
hold
him have
on.
his
gathering.
final submission,
Yeah,
please.
if no, I'm not even referring. I'm just talking generally. But it's good. Peace is there is nothing like peace on earth. Peace is still the ultimate thing, but there is the other side. If it's getting too much, nothing is going on, and our women. One truth I want to tell you people: women are the owner of the house. Even if men that are here telling you, "I can clean, I can cook, I can do this," women, even the women today, teach your girl child, your boy child, how to do basic stuff. I don't know how somebody will grow up in a home, you can't do just basic stuff. To me, it irritates me because I don't. What are you doing? What are you gonna be doing all your youth? Like, what are you doing with your life? I'm not even referring to the ladies alone. Even the men, you should be able. Life is just always gonna do all this stuff for you. Even if your parents are rich when you're growing up, when you get older, you don't have the resources. You got to learn to, it's a skill, just learn it. Learn to do stuff because sometimes I get really like, I'm like, what's going on here? So I think we should learn how to do everything. As we are going to school, we should learn everything. Learn everything. In fact, if you are studying engineering in the university, if you can learn a trade, you can learn electric. If you are doing electrical engineering, for example, if you are going to shop and learn electrician, learn it. Learn everything. There is nothing that is wasted. In my life experience, I tell people anything you do is an experience. Even if you sell pure water, forget you're not gonna die. You can still be big tomorrow. It's experience. Don't be lazy out there, both the men and women. Some children are just too lazy, and you grow up with laziness. You don't function. You just there. The life is not easy. You gotta put in the work. Put in the work. Don't sit down there and think manners will fall from heaven. Thank you. Let me not take all the time.
Thank you so much, AY. I appreciate
Thank
your
you, why?
final submission. Madam Lu, could you please unmute your final submission, ma'am? Madam Lu, could you please unmute your final
Oh,
submission?
sorry.
Thank you,
Yeah,
ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. I had a wonderful time.
Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you. So you see, we had a beautiful time today about relationships and all that, and some of us don't wear pants. Sorry, so there's nothing to wash.
Anyway, don't hear that.
Eh?
Some of us don't wear
That is even better. That
panties.
is even better.
So it's the plate that is remaining. So after washing the plate, after licking the plate, now it's already clean. Now no need to wash it again. So that is the final bus stop for that one. So on a on a final note, it's always good. Whatever tickles your fancy, it keeps us. It makes us closer, and it also keeps the fire burning. You know, there is not only plates that we can lick. There are bananas, there are cucumbers, there are lots of things to lick in this whole salad. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
you have
But it's our idea.
So,
so there are a lot of things to do.
is
Okay.
KJ
So
still here? No. Has
so you
KJ
see.
left? Okay, we
So
can talk.
all right. So that's it, my dear people. Hopefully we'll do this
Thank
again.
you
All
so
right.
much,
All right. All
Madam
right.
Luke.
Thank you.
Mr. Kandu, you're next. Your final submission, sir. Mr. Kandu, are you?
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
sir.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
all again. Like I said, I've not been here in a little while. You guys are, as always, doing a very good job.
Thank you, sir.
Um,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you. I am of the mindset that a life, an unexamined life, man or woman, is not a life that is worth living. If one does not take stock of who they are, what they do, what you are to your community, whatever that community may be, like I say, what is your woolliness? What is your usefulness? Life is about people, not things. It's good to have things, but you need to be useful to your community. Your children to be useful to the household. When I used to coach soccer, I used to tell the parents, have this boys, have them vacuum the house. I don't care if you have 52 house help. We're here to teach boys to become men. We're using soccer, but it could have been, it could have been ballet. Life is about responsibility, developing oneself, developing people around you. Don't be a lazy bum. Don't be a lazy educated bum. Learn to do things. It's good for your spiritual well-being. It's good for your growth. Don't say because you have maids at home, you don't know how to do anything. It doesn't take anything to clean. It's not like in the days when our grandparents used to have to carry the clothes to the riverside and go and wash it. Wash the clothes on top of a stone. They're just throwing clothes in the washing machine and dryer. Is that a job? Learn how to boil some water. Learn how to and make a bath or make rice. Be useful to yourself. And my brother with the wife situation, like I said, I've been there myself. It is not easy. Anybody that thinks that a relationship of any kind, even you grew up in the same household with your siblings, even some of you that grew up with your siblings for 18 years, for 20 years, you don't agree. You have difference of opinions, different belief system, different value system. How we expect to go and marry somebody and this thing is supposed to work amazes the living daylight out of my brain cells. It is not easy, and like I said, my brother, I don't know you, but more times than not, when I talk to people in relationships, I want to talk to the wife, I want to talk to the husband. I can't just take one side story because the other person might have a different perspective of the same movie. I wish you well. I wish us all well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If not now, your next, sir, your final submission.
Um. Okay. I don't really have the last video that you played. I didn't really talk anything, and I don't really. Okay, because we have run short of time. The only thing I can say is that when I watched this man recently, what I used to ask myself is this the kind
Mr.
of
Steph, not to cut you off, that video will replay it next week.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I just wanted to end this
yeah.
segment.
That's my last word I want to
Yeah.
say. Is a question. I used to ask: is this the kind of man we would have had as a president? Because that's obvious what would have happened. Is that this character would have put up as a replacement, maybe alternative to Tinubu, and that would have been too pathetic. Um, my brother, holy man, I think I have more questions for you than answers when we get to the other room. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ekene, your final submission.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Um, for this guy, Wike, Wike has no structure other than what he had in River State, and because he had no structure, that was why his next door neighbor, Abia State, that used to be PDP, changed to Labour Party. So that would tell you that the only structure that Wike had then was using the state's money to bribe PDP officials. Um, Talking about project, Wike did not execute any meaningful project in River State. Building of flyovers without proper visibility study make no sense because, as I'm telling you today, most of those flyovers are not usable. Nobody uses them. They are just empty, blocking road for nothing. So Wike embezzled the money of River State people, and he has not accounted for that. So the most incompetent governor we had in 2003 was Wike. Then about household, um, like I said earlier, you are doing your children a great disservice if you refuse to teach them how to take care of themselves, starting from their rooms, starting from their clothing, washing of dishes, sweeping or vacuuming, washing dishes and all that, learning how to cook. There's nothing wrong doing all these things. I did all these things and it helped me today. AY was talking about having something like getting yourself involved in. If I tell you things I can do with my own hands, do it yourself. You will not believe me. Um, and it's very helpful. It helps me a lot. So now, like we said it here, I don't think we have to dig into this until we get to the back room. But for my brother, Holy Man, I have a very strong talk with you, not question. I don't even want to hear from your wife. Hearing from you is enough. And if you can listen to me, that would be very, very helpful, honestly. Because some of us, we've passed through that stage. Uh,
Thank you so much, Ekene.
let's just keep it until we get to the other
Yeah.
room.
Thank you, Mr. Holy Man. I don't know if you want to say anything, but don't say anything in regards to what you came in for. So, do you have any final submission to give so we can close and take it backstage? Normally, we don't do backstage, it's something we stop, but I'm going to make an exception because of you. So, do you have anything to say, sir?
Anyway, okay. I thank everybody. In short, I'm very, very happy this night, for everything I hear now. But let's get to the backstage because I have a lot of things to say. But unfortunately, I can't say it now because
Yeah.
she,
Yeah, just
she,
yes, yes. Let me yeah.
so let's
Mm.
go to the backstage. Maybe we talk there. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I just want to tell our viewers watching all over the world, wherever you're tuning in Thank you so much for watching us today. Next week we'll be back, and we want to say to everyone, have a good night. Bye bye. All right, let's move backstage, everybody.
Have a good night, everyone. Bye. Electricity.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.